Get the very latest from Berea during our exclusive 2020 report. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Cleveland Guardians took the series from the Minnesota Twins yesterday afternoon with a 3-1 victory in the finale, winning 3 of 4 games. Gavin Williams continues to make his case in the American League Cy Young race. The right-hander was dominant, tossing 7 scoreless innings while allowing just 2 hits and striking out 11 on only 97 pitches. It was his 10th double-digit strikeout game of his career and his 3rd straight this season. Williams also made history, becoming just the 5th pitcher in Cleveland franchise history to throw an immaculate inning, striking out the side on just 9 pitches. The Guardians are back in action tonight as they open a new series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Joey Cantillo gets the start for Cleveland against the Rays, who remains atop the American League East. The Cleveland Browns will open training camp without veteran defensive tackle Malik Collins. Browns placed Collins on the active PUP list Thursday as he continues recovering from quadriceps surgery. Collins suffered the season-ending injury in Week 13 last season and must pass a physical before he can return to practice. Rookies reported the team's facility in Berea yesterday, while veterans are scheduled to arrive on Tuesday. And in Baltimore, the Ravens waived rookie quarterback Diego Pavia on Thursday to make room for former Brown center Ethan Posick, who officially signed his free agent contract. Pavia joined the Ravens as an undrafted free agent back in April after becoming the first Heisman Trophy finalist in 12 years to go undrafted. According to reports, Posick agreed to a 1-year deal with Baltimore last week, worth up to $4.5 million. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Oh, baby! Liftoff! Goodbye! Way out of here! Patrick Bailey puts the Guardians on top 1-0. Facing Alan Roden, he bangs one into center field. Around third with the tying run comes Royce Lewis. He will score, and it's a 1-1 ball game. And now a line drive base hit into left field is going to extend the lead. Lewis scores. It's 3-1 Minnesota. Popped up left field, and a series that began with so much promise ends with a thud. Minnesota earns a split as they win the final in 12 innings, 3-1.
Yeah, obviously, extra innings was really tough for us. We had 2 opportunities to winning run to third base with nobody out and just weren't able to do it. Patty's a very good bunter, got a couple tough pitches to bunt, and then Chase took a close 3-2 pitch there. But it was a frustrating day offensively. Taj Bradley was outstanding. Their pitching was just like ours was. I mean, this was a well-pitched game on both sides, and Gavin was unbelievable. That was about as good as we've seen from him. Wish he had 20 more pitches at the time, but that's the way it goes.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV. Hello, Tone.
Well, hello there, Kenny.
Stephen Vogt lost yesterday?
Stephen Vogt? Is he supposed to go up there with runners in scoring position, knock him home?
Yeah, but you bunted with Patrick Bailey. It looked as if Patrick Bailey, the last bunt. Now, I don't know his career bunting and if he's an accomplished bunter before. It didn't look like it. And it seemed that a lot of Guardians fans would agree with me on that. But, you know, it's late after the game, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the extra innings rule. It's better for the pitchers. It's better for keeping the regular season moving along. You're right. I know you do. But when you're at home, like, it's an advantage. I think it's 52 or 53%. It's advantage to the road team. So the only time you ever want to do extra innings is when you're on the road. All right? And you get out of that top of the 10th, and you go into the bottom, and I got Patrick Bailey trying to lay down a bunt. And, you know, I understand it's results-based. And when you sky 2 bunt attempts, and he looked like he has not tried to lay a bunt down since he was in hot stove baseball. That was my issue with it. And it's not like Steve Vogt needs to be fine. No. It's a daily thing, and I'm going to judge by the day. And so just because I say it's a vote loss or I wonder if it's a vote loss doesn't mean vote needs to be fired. So let's relax. So let me ask you, because I know how you are. Let me ask you, is it a vote loss or is it a hitter's loss?
Hitter.
Because you had two other innings you could have went up there and hit. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the hitter. I mean, they had more than enough opportunities. You got the pitching performance that you wanted to try to win this series and take 3 out of 4. So that was such a bummer, the way that came down, and just watching these guys unable. It is like earlier in the series when they hit 7 home runs. You always
make the joke.
You always know how this stuff works, and this maybe was their comeuppance for that, I guess.
If they would have hit just one of those home runs, not the other night, but then yesterday, you take 3 or 4 against the Twins. Think about that, everybody. Boom. Now, I know that's not how runs work and scoring works, but you think about that. Like if the Browns blow out their Week 1 opponent in Jacksonville 30-7, and then they go on to lose a bunch of games more, it'd be nice to have them touchdowns in other games. I'm just pointing it out.
Never something we have to worry about with the Browns. So do you think
we've scored lots of points in a game before? It's just been many moons.
What percentage?
What's the last time we put up 40 in a game? Oh, it would have to be 2020, right?
No, didn't they do it against the Steelers in the snow? Or they lost to the Broncos. They scored a ton of
the Jerry Jeudy game?
Yeah. I still think it was like 37.
I'll look.
Yeah. Someone please. Sorry, I don't mean to send you on a goose chase.
What percentage of baseball fans, not Guardian fans, because we've had to do it more, so maybe we should parse it out. But
by the way, you're right. I agree. It's the hitters. It's the hitters.
What percentage of baseball fans, Kenny, do you think are totally anti-bunting? Ever. Like no bunt ever.
63%. Because there are a lot of old-style baseball fans who probably still believe in small ball and the bunting. I think there's more than you think. So I'm willing to put it at 60 to 63%, yes, who are anti-bunt. Analytics, as John was saying even before the show, we knew this, it is all anti-bunt. You got a number over there? You got a day?
It was 2021 against the Bengals. That was the game that Denzel had the 99-yard.
Oh, yeah. He had the pick 6, and it was on from there. Thank you very much, Owen. We appreciate that. You can take the rest of the day off. All right. So, by the way, are you pro-bunting, anti-bunting?
Not really, but I also think situationally, I'm not. See, that's the thing. The people that are against it, they just 100% never want to see it. Mm-hmm. And they have been raised in this era of baseball where it is swing for the fences. That's what we're doing. So we're okay with striking out, what percentage of the time.
Bunch of Earl Weavers.
As long as we occasionally can really make some contact.
What you got on there?
Well, I'm not anti-bunting, but when you have a better bunter on the bench who also plays the same position, catcher, it's hard to do, right?
Was it Hedges?
Yes, it's Austin Hedges. Yeah. I know it's the 10th inning, and he,
a day off's a day off. You want to do it.
You also have him put on the uniform just in case, right? You only get so many guys on the roster.
Yeah. I mean, you want him to have a day off.
Maybe he doesn't have to, crouch down and catch any innings if you go score that run and win the game right there.
I mean, it wasn't like he was wearing street clothes with a radar gun sitting behind the backstop either. So it's like, hey, he is in uniform. Like, it's a day off, but it's not really a day off. I guess you can go up there and do it. He's a pro. He would have done it. It's a shared responsibility then. But, I mean, how many hits do they have in the game? Like, and Gavin Williams struck out 11. Again, you got to call it. It's another wasted outing, I guess. Like,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I can't blame the bullpen's taken a shellacking over the last couple of weeks, and yeah, rightfully so, the last couple of months, honestly. And in some cases, rightfully so. But I can't put it on you can't put it on anybody in the pitching staff. Eventually, you start an inning with a guy on second, like things are going to happen. And it happened.
Well, it's just a type of game. You walk away from a 12-inning game with just 3 hits. You can understand why manufacturing a run is something they probably believed in the further and further along they got in that game.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And then, there has been a theme over the course of the year. We've played over 100 games where you have come on and asked, is that a vote loss? And you have not necessarily filed these in the category of vote, But how many times this year, you've probably done that double-digit times, but how many times have you said, is that a vote win? Like once?
Yeah. It's much easier to find a vote loss than it is to find a vote win. Yeah,
I feel like we get caught doing that a lot.
Well, it's easier, and I will say, I'll take the easy way out. It is easier to find a loss on a manager than it is to say, well, it's. I think the second easiest thing to say is a loss is on a bullpen or on a closer or on anything like that. It's very hard to do it. I do think yesterday is not a vote loss because I asked the question doesn't necessarily mean I think it is. I don't think it's a vote loss. I really think it's obviously a hitting loss because when you lose in 12 and then things don't go your way when you only have 3 effing hits in 12 innings, it ain't going to go. I can't just sit there and blame it all on Stephen Vogt now, can I?
Yeah. Well,
I think probably because he looks like Jason Lloyd too. But
I am more inclined to never put these losses on him just because they've had one of the worst lineups in baseball for a long time now, especially once Jose left.
There's still 4 games over 500.
So given that, and you look at the fact that not only they're squarely in the playoff picture, the season were to end today, right? They'd be in the playoffs. It's hard for me to walk away from a lot of these games.
True.
And act like, sometimes they kind of have one hand tied behind their back, and they have to try to manufacture a way to win these games, and they have.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that it's not that I grant you that; it's that I agree with you on it. Yesterday, we got 2 snippets here, and this is kind of where I'm at on things, and I keep getting ripped for it. I know that guys here like to have some fun. We have fun at each other's expense. Sure, we break some stones around here, but it's an honor to be joined by men. And Brian Windhorst was on ESPN, and boy, I tell you, we've had him on the show a couple of times. He's always been pleasant. I've never really had anything nasty to say about Brian Windhorst legitimately, other than like probably in 2010 when I was a mad fan and everything like that. But he was on ESPN yesterday, and boy, for a lot of this, I just felt like it was coming out of my mouth instead of somebody else's.
I'll give a free piece of consulting to all the teams who think they're going to sign LeBron. There's not going to be an introductory press conference. You don't got to get it ready. After not 5, not 6, not 7, LeBron's done with introductory press conferences. He didn't do one when he came back to Cleveland. He didn't do one when he came to Los Angeles. And if he does one, it's going to be on his platforms. It's not going to be an open thing that you're going to have. So you don't got to worry about creating stuff like that. And I swear to all the people out there, I know that there's this unquenchable desire to know. I know that the league is somewhat frozen right now. I know that there's an assumption about things. Stephen A., I am talking to players and the teams involved. I'm talking to owners. I'm talking to everybody in the league all day long. Nobody knows. I know it's an unsatisfactory answer, and I'm not saying that somebody might not say something that ends up being partially based in some source that ends up being right, but I'm telling you, nobody knows. LeBron is going through his own process this time. It's possible he's made a decision, Courtney, in the last 10 minutes, and people actually know right now, and they can say, I knew beforehand, but I promise you, he hasn't made up his mind, and nobody knows but him what he's doing. It's unsatisfying, and it's true.
Audio courtesy at ESPN. And the league and the game is the man's life. It's his livelihood. And does he not sound like he's done with this whole thing and he's ready to move on, which sounds awful familiar. Now, I'm getting ripped for it up and down by our staff. I think there's a lot of fans who agree. But I'm getting ripped up. Me and Jake, apparently, are getting ripped up and down for it by the staff.
And Jeff
Phelps is getting ripped for it too.
Well,
he stands with us.
Well, you're in the same clip together. The clip that keeps getting played.
The montage. The annoyed montage.
There's an annoyed
montage.
Isn't that what it is in the system?
Did you put it a couple days ago?
Is it your montage?
No.
Whose montage is it?
I care enough about this to make a montage.
Belongs to the people.
So
Kenny.
no, there's 4 of us now. There's Owen.
No, I just don't care. There's a difference. I'm not going, make your decision, damn it. I've got things to do. I don't care. My life's going to move on.
Do we have the montage?
Owen's probably like by opening night. I'd like a decision by opening night.
You know what? By
Christmas?
By game 1 of the playoffs.
Okay.
Let me know.
Fair assumption.
I don't have the montage on me. I can find it.
I didn't mean to send you on a run there.
I don't just keep a satchel full of montage.
Montage. So it was Keith who put the montage together, I imagine?
I believe Nick is the one that claims ownership of the
montage. Okay, well, I mean, we are children of the 80s, and we like good montages in movies, so I'm sure I'll like that. No, but I hear a man who, he covers the NBA, covers basketball. Again, the game is his life, and he's exasperated by it. and he feels the same way, and I feel the same way. It's like, we don't know. And the only thing we have to do is to sit here and break down scenarios. Like the scenario that got brought up the other day, the Adam Silver thing. Okay, it feels like it would have legs on something like that. It would feel like a man like LeBron could be very, petty's not the right word there. What is it that he would, vindictive maybe in some way, spiteful in some way? Yes, spiteful, I think, is the word where he's just going, oh, you got a problem with me? Fine, we'll drag this out even longer and see how you like it there. We have the montage of annoyance.
There you go, montage.
Away we go.
I am not waiting on pins and needles the way I was. I am not sitting here just wanting that type of information, needing that type of information. It's like, I'm going to be less excited about LeBron being here because of this.
I'm running out of steam on the caring about where he's going to play.
And we got football practices coming up here. We got baseball that's back in full swing after the All-Star break. Like, let's go. You can only care about these things for so long before you go, okay, either make your decision or you don't. Like, I do think there is a law of diminishing returns here. And he's flirting with not striking while the iron's hot. I'm in good company, apparently. That's okay. Jeff Phelps is a good man, smart man. Yes, this time makes strange bedfellows, Jeff and I.
It's funny. I came in and, Kenny, you're talking before the show, like, what other angles are there? What can we discuss as we do our extensive prep pre-show? And I'm like, I don't know how, but Nick Wright put out a whole hour podcast about this LeBron, and so did Kevin O'Connor and Tom Haberstroh. They teamed up, and I'm like, it really has become the only story worth even covering in the NBA at this point. Like, I'd even go so far as to say, like, football's getting no run whatsoever. Yeah, on the national platforms. No. The people are opting to talk more LeBron right now because football doesn't really.
I mean, I'll admit, like, I just, my whole thing is that the other things are coming, but what else is there? For the love of God. Like, I got yesterday's ball game, which they lost in a terrible fashion. I mean, honestly, if we're just like saying what there is out there right now, they lost in a bad fashion yesterday, a frustrating fashion yesterday, whether or not it's a hitting loss or a vote loss, or LeBron James. I got an interesting email about you talking to me about Shedeur Sanders that I can get into a little bit later on, but it's not anything with teeth. So he really does have everything in his hands right now about his decision and everything. And I will admit that, yes, it does lead everything. He is the icon. Everything goes with it. But I can be honest with you. Can I be honest with my emotions, even though nobody wants me here in this building wants me to be honest with my emotions? Apparently, we don't want to tell the truth anymore, oddly enough. But, yeah, I can say, like, yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated and tired by it. Come on, let's go. Let's make our decision here so we can start to put the pieces together.
And, obviously, the last bit of speculation is, what is the holdup? Like, you can understand, hey, it's nice to have the power that LeBron James still has, even if Rick Buchers of the world disagree. Pretty clearly, there are teams that want LeBron James, and pretty clearly they take him for this all-time, pay cut that he'd be willing to play for in this final year or years. That's the other part of the speculation. Is he actually going to play, tack on another year? I heard somebody say, hey, maybe he could play 3 years. Like, we're just getting crazy with it. I've always been operating under the assumption is, at this stage of his career with types of injuries that can happen at any point, like, I'm going into this thinking this is his last year.
There is no way he could be really thinking retirement, is there?
I don't think so.
Because that has picked up here over the last few days going, man, it's been 25 days. We're going on a month now.
That he could just walk away.
Has he been like, hey, I can do what I want right now. I've been traveling the world with my friends. I've been golfing. I haven't necessarily been doing all the business things. Because it's been so long, does he kind of go, well, I just don't know how you forego the opportunity to make that type of money, to sell a documentary, to go across the country, to have yourself praised basically everywhere you go. It's a very bizarre situation.
That you've earned, that you've got people around this country that will go to war in a bar in a sports argument that you're the best to ever do it. There's no way he's walking away from that kind of adulation.
That's the reason why,
on a nightly basis. There's just zero chance.
I think it's the least likely of all the results, but the more time that goes on, the more time you have to think, well, could he possibly be wondering? Or, could the decision be that the decision is no decision, And I don't know how they finagle salary caps or anything like that. But could the decision be, I'll see you around Christmas or something like that? Could that be one of the things? Like Philadelphia, Minnesota, Cleveland, Miami, or see at Christmas with one of those teams, or maybe a different team, depending on how it goes. Maybe that's a possibility for them. Those two seem to be the least likely, but because the time goes on, these things get brought into it. And it just adds for more questions. 216-474-0092. You're either willing to go all in, or you might just need to shut up. Like, I know I've said what I've said about LeBron, but I'm surprised at the reaction I got about what I said about this situation yesterday in 5 minutes on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 20.
right now. So if you're heading out the door, it looks like a pretty easy commute. Just give yourself a little extra time for any unexpected slowdowns. With your Odyssey traffic report, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Whatever Browns news happens between now and training camp,
Here we go. Buckle them up.
trust Darryl Ryder, 923thefan.com, and the Odyssey app.
You're either willing to go all in or you need to shut up. More on that coming up in just seconds. 7 o'clock, I did my QB tiers. I'm in this weird twilight zone where both Browns quarterbacks that are competing for the job are on my QB tiers. Their names are written in the QB tiers for 2026. It's just so weird where I'm like, yeah, Deshaun Watson's the starter. He's the leader in the clubhouse to be the starter. I've said that. I'm willing to say that. Open to say it. Would like it to change, but here we are. But I don't think you'll disagree with me on the QB tiers, because I feel much worse about one than the other, and I think people guess which one is which. That coming up at 7 o'clock. Also, we got About Last Night coming up at 6:45, where if you're in the market for a house, I got a hell of a deal for you. So yesterday, Joey put up a clip. Joey's wonderful. We love Joey. He put up a clip, and it was kind of like, I was pretty flippant about it, because there's rumors all over the place. And one of the rumors that were out there was, LeBron's waiting to see if a team is willing to make trades. Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, if they can get this guy or both of them, could LeBron then just sign with that team? And you and I discussed it briefly. It was a 4-minute discussion in the middle of a segment. And I said, yeah, bring him in. I don't care. And Joey put it up there, and I got a couple of people brushing me back on it, even in my personal life, going, you want old, beat-up Anthony Davis? What are you going to do with Jared Allen? I go, well, I guess I got to trade. You're willing to trade Anthony Davis with Jared Allen? I go, yeah, I'm all in. Aren't we all in? If we're doing this for LeBron, I don't want to have to say things I take back. It feels like you're saying, one kid's better than my kid. I'll trade for that kid to be in my family. But this is professional sports.
It's what GMs actually do.
Yes.
It's what they do for a living every day is they talk about taking calls or making calls.
And if it helps us...
They're not married to their rosters.
If it helps us and help us get him and does help the chances of a championship, I don't need him to play 82 games. He won't play 82 games. He has been glass. Jared Allen has been much more durable over time. But this is my issue. Some of the same people who have been complaining about the Cavs and how this team is going nowhere and how they're not real contenders. If I'm offering solutions, these are real solutions. Now, both coming off a serious injury, I understand that. These are both serious solutions here to bring in LeBron James if it were to be this way. We'll find out later on in life whether or not it's all real or whatnot, but let's just go through all the millions of hypotheticals when it comes to LeBron, shall we? If it were those two guys, would you make a deal to bring those two guys in and move on from a Jared Allen or even a James Harden's impossible, but one of those two guys, a Jared Allen and so to make the salaries match up and make it work? Would you do that right off the rip?
So let me point this out because I like the way you're thinking. If you are so down on the Cavs,
how can you yell at me about this
if you were
move?
part of the malaise,
yes,
and you're part of we had no chance against the Knicks in the playoffs. That's how far behind them we are, even though we're so much further ahead than so many other teams.
Exactly.
Then you have to be open to some unconventional thoughts when you're in a cap era where you're seeing all 30 teams are having trouble getting better. The Knicks got worse this offseason. I can go through all the teams that you think we're not in the same playing field as, and you can make the argument those teams got worse also.
Exactly.
I mean, the Boston Celtics clearly got worse. So one by one, these teams all got worse, and the Cavs so far have pretty much stayed the same. You can make the point, well, the Cavs have gotten worse, too, in losing Dean Wade. Well, they might have had a nice rookie, maybe a nice second-round steal. Either way, and I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but either way, I think you have to be open to some risk-taking because we all agree this is on Donovan Mitchell's window now. So if it's on Donovan Mitchell's window now, and you all have said you hate the Donovan Mitchell contract because he's going to deteriorate, then you should all be in agreement that you have to kind of take some risky moves in the interim. How risky do you want to get? There is no doubt that Anthony Davis, if he makes it to a playoff series, is exponentially better in a playoff series on both sides of the ball than Jared Allen. That's just a fact. Now you could tell me that what are the odds he gets to the playoff series? I'm with you. Like it's no leap of logic to understand that it is like tough because he has been injured. But if he gets there, yeah, he's better than Jared Allen, and all of a sudden you've got a player that I think is better than some of what the Knicks have to offer.
When I get that pushback, I either say what I just said to you, or I'm going, you're lying to yourself about how bad you think the Cavs really are. If you're not willing to move, I mean, Jared Allen is a top quality player for his contract. He's outperformed his contract. I think he's underrated by a lot of standards. And that's why he would be a nice piece if you had to move him. Because I think that the general NBA and Cavs fans who have come around over time, the general NBA probably thinks higher of him than a lot of other people do. But if you're yelling and screaming about how the Cavs are going nowhere and we're just stuck in this concrete box and we're never getting out, and I offer you a way to get out with the greatest player of all time in his final year or final 2 years, and then one of his friends that would be a possibility for a championship there, and I understand there's so much load management that has to be done, then I don't know if it's the right league for you. Because we're going to have to be willing to make moves at some point here because you're seeing fit matter more. That means I think there will probably be more moves than we've ever seen. As far as trades are concerned, I think trades become bigger than free agency.
There is no free agency in the NBA anymore.
Exactly. Like there was a point, I remember Keith and I having an argument in the hallway because he thought NFL free agency was bigger than the NBA free agency. And this is like the LeBron, it was before 2014, but I'm going, you're crazy. And now this is like the last stand of free agency is LeBron. Like to me, it's all trades now. And so I don't know if you can fall in love with guys anymore. I really, unless you know that they are a one of one on your team. Like I'd be pretty shocked if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is playing at a different uniform anytime soon, or Victor Wembanyama, etc. But I think when you get these guys, and I know what they say about Mobley, everything's true until it's not. It's very, very hard for me to sit there and guarantee the future for any of these guys when they haven't accomplished what they want to accomplish. And most of the people are outside their front door with pitchforks and torches wanting to move them after the end of the season.
And look, as much as Jared Allen has been awesome for the Cavs, he's been a real steal at his value.
Yes.
We've had nonstop questions about what he is in the postseason, what he does or doesn't do for spacing. And the lights are too bright. I think he defeated that notion this year. He had 2 huge Game 7s. But, who does LeBron pal around with during the offseason? Who has he been this year? Draymond Green.
Yes.
Draymond Green has gone on national television and ripped to shreds Jared Allen in playoff games. So you don't think that LeBron has talked to Draymond about different teams, different situations, and in this case, Jared Allen? So I do think, it's just one thing you got to consider.
Yeah.
Like, the Cavs are going to make moves, once LeBron makes his decision. If it's to the Cavs, probably going to trade Jared Allen immediately and try to retool there as best you can. There's only so much flexibility they have. And if LeBron decides to go anywhere else, well, now the Cavs have to figure out, I doubt they're going to just run it back status quo.
Exactly.
That would shock me.
And that's why, and we got about last night coming up here at 6:43, where, again, if you and your wife are thinking about moving, I got a hell of a house for you coming up here. That's why I'm willing to make these moves. I've never been the biggest Anthony Davis fan. I understand that there's a glass there with him. But when you're talking about Jared Allen, I'm not going to do what a lot of people do. See, when we talk about trading a guy, we start to bag on him to convince the people that we talk to why you can trade him. I'm not going to do that with Jared Allen. I think he's a quality player. And again, he overperforms his contract. Draymond Green does question his playoff ability. A lot of people have questioned his playoff ability. J.B. Bickerstaff did. The reason why you could make a move like that is because Jared Allen is quality. You have to give up quality for quality to help out your basketball team if this hypothetical were to be true about LeBron James. So there's no reason for me to bag on Allen. If Mobley were a conversation, not for Anthony Davis for crying out loud, but if Mobley were a conversation with something else, you have to give up something good to get something good. So I got nothing wrong with Jared Allen. In so many ways, it's sad to see. It would be sad to see him go, and you're taking a tremendous risk, but are we not taking a tremendous risk anyway? So what's wrong with more risk? We know that this will probably be busted out at some point anyway, so we might as well really go for the gusto. And if you're not really willing to go for the gusto, why were you complaining at us back in March and April and May?
Right. If you were
Isn't this what we wanted?
If you were so set, I think fans, they live in this world where they want all these awesome young 3-and-D guys. But guess what? Teams don't give them up. They just good wings, great defensive players. Like, this is why you have to kind of turn back the clock and look at somebody like Anthony Davis, who, when he is right, he's one of the best. I think he's a better defensive player than Evan Mobley when he is right. He's just not right very often.
It's one thing to be a locker room cancer when you're playing. It's a whole nother thing to drag down careers when you're done as well. That coming up at About Last Night in 5 minutes, as well as Matt Derry. He is from the Derry Brothers Guardians cast, Locked On Lions as well, is Angel Martinez, blah, 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 blah. Angel Martinez and Jose Ramirez. The additions at the Guardians trade deadline, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. That at 7:43 on The Fan.
he's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him. He couldn't please his wife, so now he's divorced.
That sounds really good, but I'm not 6'5", and I don't have the athletic ability to play in the NBA.
Now, the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
The Guardians fell 3-1 in 12 innings as they tied a series that started so well against the Minnesota Twins. Gavin Williams was actually amazing. He fired 7 shutout innings, striking out 11 for the third straight start. Allowed just 2 hits in those 7 innings. He also had an immaculate inning, which is pretty cool. The Guards had chances in every single extra inning, and they came up empty in every last one of them. That was a classic Guardians loss, and you guys were talking about if it was a vote loss. Managers don't win games, they lose you games.
Oh, and I know you're busy. I need to bring you in on this, too. For us three, has John been around long enough to call something a classic Guardians loss?
I've watched the Guardians from afar over the years.
You have?
Yes.
Sure.
I watched that 22-game winning streak.
So,
name the roster then.
Yeah.
Carlos Santana. Was Shane Bieber on that team? Am I making that up?
Yeah.
All right. You got
that was a long time
was
ago.
on that team.
Who?
Kipnis was on that.
Did you say Roger Dorn was on that team?
Lindor.
Francisco
Kipnis was
Lindor.
on that team.
Wasn't Dorn on that team?
Who was the first name that you said?
Carlos Santana.
Was Carlos Santana on that team?
Well, he was on separate iterations of Guardians team.
He was on the Phillies. Was he? If he was on the Phillies for that 1 year, I don't think so though. I don't think that was the year. I know that roster though, but regardless, it was a.
I don't know. This took me to guitar player.
How big of a deal is an immaculate inning in the year 2026?
Santana was on the 2017 Indians.
It's just a cool thing. Like, it's just, oh, that's cool. It's not like...
Should the fans get something? Should that be the equivalent of you score like 120 points, fans at an NBA game get something?
Little League Baseball question. You ready? Same season. One of our pitchers threw an immaculate inning. It was awesome. I threw a three pitch inning.
That's more impressive.
How? He struck him out.
The whole point is to go deep into the game.
I'm saying mine is the less impressive feat
No,
in the little league thing.
No, yours is way more impressive.
I think it's especially in Little League. I think it's easy to get
because they're going to tell you to take the first pitch.
9 swings and misses.
That's interesting. Okay, fine.
As a guy who's had to figure out 12-year-olds' arms, if I can get through an inning in 3 pitches, that's a huge win.
I'm just trying to bring it because I know about this immaculate inning, and I remember my friend at the time. He had a 9-pitch inning, and so we didn't know what immaculate inning was. This kid Johnny Myers' dad had to tell us what it was. It was like, that's cool.
It's like the 5th one in Guardians or in franchise history, right?
Well, if you
Pretty
are
big deal if you're in the top 5.
If you're a hitter coming up and you've already seen the first 2 in front of you go 1, 2, 3. Now you don't control everything because if they throw them right down the middle. But I was going to say, wouldn't you think, oh, we can't go down like this. We can't allow this to happen. I got to have a watchful eye here.
I think Gavin said he didn't think it was one because Buxton fouled off a couple.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh well.
Yeah, I could see how you wouldn't be thinking
lose yourself in that. Like, oh, he's touched the ball twice. I probably want to figure out how to, and he ended up doing it.
It's a hell of an inning by him. I could understand not knowing it.
I would have liked it more had they won the game.
Yeah, me too. It's a good point. I bet he would have liked it more too.
I would trade in the immaculate inning for a win in the ball game.
Striking out 11 and not getting a W by your name. A little bit frustrating.
Myles Garrett's house has been put on the market. The Wadsworth, Ohio property, built in 2018, has 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bath, on 2 acres of land, 4,300 square feet of living space in the Hidden Lakes of Sharon community. Valued at $2.1 million. It features a custom bar and a fully equipped gym, which you can actually purchase from him. Like, this can come furnished if you're willing to buy it. I just think it's so interesting that he's just willing to part with all of his stuff if he's going to. Like, it's just going to stay in the house.
Well, he has money for other stuff.
Yeah, I've got
You can buy new stuff.
I've got the house here, and it looks like one of these farmhouses meets McMansions.
Yeah, that's fair.
The totally new build, 5 bedrooms. Are you surprised Myles Garrett doesn't have a more expensive house?
No, I'm not. I think he's a smart man.
Mm-hmm. That's what I want to get to.
You and I have always gotten along with Myles Garrett because remember, you said the one time you thought he gave you a look. Turns out he was giving somebody else a look at that time. Smart guy, and you know where I'm going to say here. he did not get it too custom. This should sell.
So
he's done a good job with this.
Yeah, that's the problem with the really expensive homes in Cleveland. You know, we're not one of the wealth centers in this country. When a really expensive house goes for sale, they have trouble selling. Anything that hits north of $8 million, $9 million, $10 million, people have trouble selling it. Why? It's what you said.
Because
custom.
Well, they have a marble mosaic of themselves
that they
on the
imported
wall.
from Spain.
Or like a
Or
statue.
Jerusalem.
Scottie Pippen's house. Wasn't Scottie Pippen's house, like, didn't he have to, is he still Airbnb
in it? Yeah, you can stay in it.
It's just this thing.
So
And
it's
Michael
hard.
Jordan's house, I think, was the same way, too.
Yeah, if somebody buys it and they have the money to have the best taste and the most original taste, then they want to import stuff from all over. You'd rather just bulldoze the very nice house and start from scratch. So I look at it and I look at the money he's made his career. He does have, and I love these when you start looking at some of the rooms, he does have a lot of Myles Garrett in the house.
Yeah, but this is all, you can take this down.
No, I know. What I'm saying is, would you like to stare at yourself when you walk into a home?
Okay.
Like, would Ken Carman, if he made the 3 times more money in Milwaukee, would you have imagery of you on a microphone or in front of a TV? Because Myles Garrett has action shots of him sacking quarterbacks in his house.
I know you will tell everybody I do, because I know how you are, but there's very little. Very little. There's family. In my office, there's pictures of us. Like, there's no picture of just me. There's pictures of you and me and you and Owen and me down in Ohio State, like the whole deal, our kids, Joe, Mary Kay, the whole thing. It's just this big wall of stuff. But in the general house, there's very little. There's like one shelf, and that's Liz's decision, not mine, and that's totally something different. But I remember Scott Hall. Did I tell this on air the other day? Scott Hall told a story that he went to Bret Hart's house, and he's like, great house, but it was like a shrine to him. And it's very odd. It'd be very odd to walk into every room of my house and there's something of me in every room of the house. I don't need a museum to myself.
Yes. Now, we don't have a career as cool and as famous as somebody like Myles Garrett. He also has in his media room, and I'm not sure if Extend Technologies did his basement, but he does have a big dinosaur Jurassic Park right there.
Oh, he does?
Yeah. I don't know if that stays or if it's coming with him or if it's tougher to ship.
Yeah, but a lot of this, like, you can just, if you don't want it there, you can just take it out, and it's not going to be like, oh, my God, we got to tear out this wall and all this other crap. Like, he was smart with this. Well done by Myles.
And that's it for About Last Night.
Outstanding as always, my friend. You've done very, very well for yourself. I heard the warm-up show, too. You did very well, too, there. Yeah, you did a good job. I mean that. I know how I look looking at you right now, but you did a good job. You're a fine young man, John.
Kenny, did Odell Beckham have a shoe store in his home?
Yeah.
Didn't he just have a house full of shoes?
What is Devontae Adams going to do? He has a Taco Bell in his house, so, I mean, hell. What would Richie Rich do with his house?
They need to bring back Cribs, do they not? I'm sure they do it in some form or fashion, but they need to bring it back.
My favorite episode of Cribs. Every time I think of Cribs, I obviously think of Dave Chappelle doing Cribs. Hulk Hogan choked one out for me in China. And then I think my favorite episode of Cribs was the Wu-Tang Clan house.
Do you remember something defining?
Yeah, that it just was a house, and it was just like, here's our bathroom, and it was just a unclean bathroom, half bath. It was amazing. I'm like, God, I love these guys before, and I love them even more now. Matt Derry, he's going to join us in just under an hour right now. We'll talk about the Guardians and any acquisitions that they could possibly make at the trade deadline coming up next week. And, okay, this is going to be a little bit tough to follow. Follow me along on this at 7 o'clock, because my mouth says one thing about the Browns quarterback competition. My QB tiers say something completely different. I promise you. It might make sense in 5 minutes on the Fan. Northeast Ohio Offensive Deck, something that does make sense.
Sports news continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
I did my QB tiers, Tone. 2026 QB tiers are out.
All right.
Diego Pavia not on there.
Didn't make the cut, huh?
Is Johnny Manziel the Andy Dick of sports? Everyone he comes close to, their careers go to hell. Johnny Manziel was close and buddies with Diego Pavia. Boy, you're not making the connection there at all.
No,
I got to explain myself.
Well, no, I was going to ask on the Andy Dick side of things. I thought just Andy Dick's career fell apart.
Yeah, but there was the thing that anything he came close to just went straight to hell. And Johnny Manziel and him were just like, oh, Johnny Manziel's my inspiration. I go, that's not the name you want to use if you want to play in the next level. And apparently that was not the name that he should have used playing in the next level. They already cut him before camp even starts. So, all right, well, it was a nice story. Could he go back to college, Owen, like the other guy that was with the Cleveland Browns? We will talk about that for in a moment, right? A little bit, I should say. But could he go back?
According to my research, no.
All right.
I don't know, though. He never drew a check, right?
Well, he was his 6th year anyway. Like, he was at JUCO and then New Mexico State, and then...
So he wouldn't have any eligibility left under the new rules or the old rules.
What are the new rules?
Well,
the old rules, I know he wouldn't have.
No, guys are challenging the new rules, right?
They're saying that, like, JUCO and Division II and Division III don't matter. Like, they don't count towards your eligibility if you transfer.
Oh, no, it should. It should all count. Okay? If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Move on with your life. We all can't keep playing college football for the rest of our lives. Which, by the way, somebody did correct me here. Social media reactions on X brought to you by
Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
It was Redman's house. It was not the entire Wu-Tang. Remember, Redman is not in the Wu-Tang clan.
Oh, okay.
Even though he's Wu-Tang adjacent, it was Redman's house on Cribs. It was not the Wu-Tang.
Ghostface Mansion.
Thank you very much to B Money there. I totally forgot. It was a long time ago. There's been a lot of resin in between that. Sorry.
It's probably on Staten Island.
I would hope so. And there was hopefully some kung fu on the television. But again, my memory's hazy. So I did my tiers, my QB tiers. Tier 1, I only have 2. Usually I have 3 elite quarterbacks. There's only 2 this year. Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. All right? I'm going to get to the Browns here in a bit. But tier 2 and tier 1, I always name them after Kirk Cousins. So tier 1, this is my 5th year in a row doing this. Tier 1 is 4th quarter Kirk Cousins, elite. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen.
No Matt Stafford.
No Matt Stafford. No. Close, but no. But there is way more tier 2, which is 1 p.m. Kirk Cousins, which are franchise quarterbacks for their football teams than there have ever been. The most we've had before was 12. This year we have 15. Are you ready? I'm going to go quick, so
15?
be listening. Yes. 15 franchise quarterbacks right now in the NFL. Okay. That's 17 altogether that I think are solid. They have jobs. They're good to go. So I got Mahomes and Allen. They're elite. Then I got Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, Joe Burrow, Drake May. Drake May is close. If he's able to stave off the Super Bowl hangover, with everything else going on in that organization, I think that I put Drake May in the elite category. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah, I would say. Did I hear Baker Mayfield?
No, you didn't.
Interesting.
No, you didn't. And I know immediately you Baker nut jobs are going to start rolling your eyes. Stay with me here. Tier 3, leftover pot roast, Kirk Cousins. Why do I say it? Because every time the Browns quarterback job is up for grabs, Kirk Cousins always gets brought up. To the point he actually was in Crocker Park, what was it, last year or the year before? I forget. It all rolls together. And everybody always goes, what do you mean you don't want Kirk Cousins? He's a good quarterback. Oh, he's not that good. It's the same thing my dad used to tell me. What do you mean you don't want leftover pot roast? That's good eating. It's better the second day than it was the first, which is just something he used to tell me just so I'd eat the pot roast and shut up. So here's tier 3. These are journeymen and placeholders. Journeymen and placeholders. Malik Willis, Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., Tua Tagovailoa, Kirk Cousins himself, Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Anthony Richardson. What do you think of that?
I'm trying to think if there's anybody...
Journeyman / placeholders.
Yeah. Because I was ready to pounce before the whole... I was so curious where you were going to have Bo Nix on this, because he's one of those that are...
I've still not named his name yet.
Well, he's controversial, yet went 14-3 last year, and as a rookie went 10-7.
I like where your head's at. I love how you're doing this. This is good stuff.
Well,
this is good nitty-gritty football here,
There are certain guys we don't know how to categorize them. Obviously Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl. Even he admitted that, he could have played way, way better too.
I try to do this. I really do. It's not just like here and now. I do try to speculate where I put him and go, okay, I think he can be this next year. You win a Super Bowl as a quarterback. You have a top 5 pedigree. I'm going to call you a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's where I put Sam Darnold right now. So tier 3, leftover pot roast Kirk Cousins, journeyman placeholders. Tier 4, 4 p.m. Kirk Cousins. These are bubble quarterbacks. And go one way or another, and it's going to go that way this year. Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, Bryce finished up pretty solid at the end of the year last year, did he not?
He did finish up solid. He is in an open division. He's got weaponry there. It can go one way or another. These are not guys that I'm saying are garbage. If you wanted to do the garbage argument, I think you would look more into the leftover pot roast tier 3 category. Just because they're tiers doesn't mean tier 4 is a worse tier than tier 3. I think I might rather be in tier 4 than tier 3 right now, because I can be better. I can get out of tier 3 and go up to tier 2, which is franchise level Kirk Cousins, 1 p.m. Kirk Cousins. Or you can end up being tier 3, which is technically a move up to journeyman placeholder.
Yeah.
Leftover pot roast Kirk Cousins.
Now, in the advanced analytics...
It's the worst place to be.
Yeah, Bo Nix, who, again, 24-10 in the last 2 years, 54 touchdowns, 23 interceptions, has been to the playoffs twice, and was 10th in all the advanced metrics, the EPA stuff, all of that.
Yes.
How many QBs do we think could have done what he did with Sean Payton? So that's the hard part. When you put the caveat of Sean Payton, like you start to do the same thing with Kyle Shanahan quarterbacks.
Yeah. And if we're talking about franchise guys, like I think guys who are like career backups, I think you have to be able to use QB wins in there, because they do what's necessary to get their good team across the finish line to win games. And I think that's more of a journeyman placeholder thing. But when it comes to Bo Nix, I'm sorry. I know you might. Do you like Bo Nix? It seems like you do.
I like him. I'm not in love. Like, I could see Sean Payton doing what
he could end up being
Sean McVay did with Jared Goff, trying to upgrade.
He could end up being this generation's Joe Flacco, where it's like, how great is he? He's not bad, but how great is he really? Because that defense was exceptional last year. So, now, I'm not just going to hate Bo Nix because it's Sean Payton, it's the Broncos, et cetera, et cetera. I'm trying to be as fair and balanced as possible.
Like what would Bo Nix have been on the Browns the last 2 years?
Not very great.
Right? You kind of feel like he would not be... Is he going to the playoffs? We did say if we got average quarterback play, we could have gone to the playoffs.
He'd be the Seahawks backup. I just don't think he'd even be on the roster anymore.
There you go. Like, it takes a village, man. Like, we had this argument, knock down, drag out years ago with Patrick Mahomes, and I had to say, guys... Because this was one of the first things, like, it was either all or nothing. I go, I never said Patrick Mahomes would be a complete dud bust if he went to the Cleveland Browns. But if he got drafted by the Cleveland Browns, he does not roll into the NFL like a hurricane with the Browns.
The same way as Darnold or Zach Wilson or any of those other guys that were...
I wouldn't go Wilson. That's a little bit rough to me. But
well, I'm just saying, was brought into a franchise, people had hope, and then
bingo, great point,
off
yes.
the roster pretty quick.
Yes, and the reason I put I thought you were going to question me about Baker, so
No.
I didn't mean to jump you.
No, the one I want to question is C.J. Stroud.
Okay,
what box do we put C.J. Stroud in?
I put him at franchise. I still am a C.J. Stroud guy. I think that he can have a really nice year this year. I think that he's going to get some guys healthy again. I think that's a good football team. I think that's a team that can end up in a divisional round playoff game. I can't. Some people are saying AFC Championship. I just can't go that far yet.
Like, he's regressed. He's also had horrific offensive line play.
But I think,
for the
exactly.
good teams.
And I think that he can get there back to the divisional round because of him. I think that this is a pivotal year for him, obviously, and I still find him to be a franchise guy.
And now Baker.
And maybe some people would want him to be on the bubble already.
And so there are people that listen to this and listen.
I know.
We as a show have gone through the roller coaster of Baker. And we have gotten a lot of I told you so's from the people that never wanted to upgrade from Baker because they thought Baker should just be our Bernie Kosar. For the 10 years, Baker should be here.
Well, no, because we had a legitimate argument to go after somebody better. It's just we ended up going after somebody with that history and worse and all that other stuff. Like, you made a terrible decision.
And then turned into one of the worst.
Replace him.
It's one of in sports history, going from top 5 quarterback to one of the worst playing is one of the all-time free falls.
And guys, I'm not praying for his downfall. I got nothing against Baker Mayfield.
No,
right?
why would it? You don't need to. Why would anybody pray for his downfall?
What's done is done. I didn't want Deshaun Watson. I own it just as much as anybody else because I thought that I wanted to bring in a veteran and compete. And, I sat there and go, I didn't want Watson. It wasn't like I wanted to keep Baker.
We used to talk Kirk Cousins. There were a bunch of guys we used to talk about.
Leftover pot roast Kirk Cousins. So there was a conversation to this. The reason it's Baker because his own franchise doesn't have long-term plans set up for him yet.
No.
And he's going into a contract year. And I can only go by the history. He's still what would be in his prime. And in his history, when faced with monumental contract stuff, it wasn't that he didn't handle it very well. He handled it almost in the worst way possible. And even in quarterback, he's like, yeah, they said I should have had my surgery, and I should have had my surgery. And I swear to God, I yelled at the TV and go, yes! Why didn't you have your surgery? Why could you have not had your surgery?
Every day
Why
at that
could
time.
you have not just sat out the season and had your surgery? No one would have blamed you. We would have all been disappointed. We would have all been sad how it is, but it would have been understandable. Why on earth did you not have the surgery, Baker? Why?
And it's not revisionist history. This show was bringing it up while it was happening.
Every single week, the Detroit game, the whole thing.
And we were wondering,
buddy,
whose fault is it?
go.
Is it Baker's? Is it Stefanski's? Is it Barry's? Is it Haslam's? Like, we waged those wars at the time.
Yes.
He's also 31 years old, and
still in his prime.
He took a beating.
Yes, he did.
Last year.
Needs
Part
his
of
whole
it is
body.
the way he plays.
Yes, he did. Real quick.
He's courageous, so every part of his body takes a beating when he plays football.
Tier 5, gender reveal pass Kirk Cousins when he threw it in the thing. We don't know. They're unknown. Unknown rookies, and the pass itself wasn't that great, so you're going to like this.
Okay.
Cam Ward, love him on quarterbacks, by the way. Fernando Mendoza, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Dart, still.
Yep, I agree.
Tyler Shook.
Agree.
Shador Sanders.
Okay.
I want you to tell me whether or not I'm being too generous to him in 5 minutes on The Fan. Peter and Cup.
year of eligibility to athletes who had competed at non-NCAA schools. But officials say the current age-based framework was carefully developed and received unanimously, including from student-athlete representatives. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
I put the tiers out for 2026. Matt Derry going to join us coming up at 7:40. We'll talk Guardians with him. The QB tiers are out for 2026. I only have 2 elites. Somebody went after me about Joe Burrow not being in the elite category. He's not available enough. And when he is available, the team is a disappointment. These are guys that I have to have full faith. I think Joe Burrow's a really good quarterback. I have to have full faith. And at one point, he was in the elite category. I had him in the category in 2025 and 24. But I guess I won't be fooled again.
He has a chance to go down as just a total wasted career, unfortunately. Maybe Andrew Luck, kind of like similar to Andrew Luck.
I mean, they're talking about, well, what if Matt Stafford retires after this year, and who the hell is it that I didn't want to? Ty Simpson isn't Ty Simpson. Maybe they'll trade for him. Like, okay, if we're talking about trading him away to the Rams, like, if you're willing to make that trade, how great can he possibly be? I understand it's the Bengals and nobody has a lot of faith in him, but still, like, there's no way on earth. Like, if you put a gun to the Pagula, Terry Pagula, and said, Josh Allen, let's see how many you got in there. Like, you ain't getting rid of Josh Allen. You ain't getting rid of Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, think about this.
Ain't happening.
Burrow had a year where he threw 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. They went 9-8 that year.
I know.
Not 13 and 4.
But that's not on him.
It's not all on him. I understand that.
His career has been wasted.
I'm going more at Ken then.
What year was that, though? What year was that?
That was 2024.
And I had him in the elite category then.
Yeah.
But when you have these injuries, when your team underperforms, a lot of it is based on availability and injuries and his history with injuries. That's why
I don't know. I think for the Bengals specifically, it's a lot based on defense. And I don't understand why Zach Taylor's still a coach, but
there's a lot of things.
Maybe that's because Mike Brown's still the owner.
Is it just as simple as Burrow wants him to be the head coach?
If it's that, then yeah, bump him down.
There is something to be said, though.
The guy makes blunders that surprise me that he's still an NFL head coach. And yet there he is. He's in the right situation. And, Marv Lewis was there for, 17 years or something? I mean, it was a crazy amount of time that he was there, too, to just be a middling team. And that's accepted there.
But I almost feel like had he have had a defensive-minded head coach, his offensive stuff would still be the same.
Yeah.
And they'd be able to cobble together, piecemeal together defenses, even with the lack of spending or the lack of talent. And I feel like it's going to be
send him to Houston. How would he do?
I think he'd be. Now they've had the shaky offensive line,
last year too. Was bad last year.
His offensive lines haven't always been good in Cincinnati.
No, right? Yeah. No, they've really struggled in Cincinnati. I mean, they've taken some. The Browns have their misses at offensive line too, but Cincinnati certainly has had a few. Listen, he has elite tendencies. This is the first year I've taken him out of the elite since I put him in the elite category, since I put him in fourth quarter Kirk Cousins territory. But with the injuries, with the lack of great success, I look at it and I go, what makes an elite quarterback? Where you have all these things and I could still throw that team on your back and you could still go do it. Like, sorry, I know that they were 6-11 last year. That's 1 year. I gave the grace. When you said 9-8, I was still willing to put Joe Burrow in the elite category. I'm not trying to go willy-nilly here. Like Drake May's arrow is pointing up. Joe Burrow's arrow could point up. I like to keep my cap at 3, so there's room for one more for 2027. Now there comes the Shedeur Sanders. I have Deshaun Watson in the journeyman placeholder category and tier 3. Does anybody have any faults with that before we go to Shedeur Sanders on this? Nobody? All right, just making sure. Shedeur is in the gender reveal past Kirk Cousins, which the past was errant and it's an unknown. Cam Ward, Fernando Mendoza, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shook, Shedeur Sanders. Am I being too nice to Shedeur?
No. Why is that too nice?
Really? I thought you were going to ham him before when I did it.
No,
I didn't do that for effect. I did that because I mean that. But I mean, every time I try to be nice, I get you and a bunch of other nut jobs yelling at me. But
look, all those players from last year, they did not have great situations, right?
Yeah.
They all had various situations of bad, right? Like nobody, if you're trying to draw up a perfect scenario, you would not. The Giants, they fired their head coach. They lost Malik Neighbors. They lost Scadaboo. And those guys showed some promise, and so. Basically, Jackson Dart was running around just trying to make plays. He got killed. He can't continue to play like that, but he showed awesome flashes. Tyler Shook, same thing. Not a great situation, and still was able to kind of hang in there. And Shedeur, this is what I've said about Shedeur throughout. Awful situation, probably the worst of all of them. Rose to the occasion at times, like in a very bad situation. Took hits that I was quite frankly surprised he was able to stay on the field. So. He showed me some courage being able to do that. He just needs to learn how to play the position because he's still trying to play college in the NFL, and that happens for young guys.
There is more I want to see, and I don't really want to see any more Deshaun Watson. See, this is the weird thing we're all in. Like I heard Jason yesterday on Afternoon Drive, and Jason, we flummox each other about this. I mean, he is. You can say what you want to about him, but he's such a curious case. Shedeur is. Because while Jason has been on this show, sitting in your chair with me saying, if he doesn't start, they should cut him, which to me is just nuts. I still want to see whether or not he can hack it. I just want to kick the tires on him. I think Deshaun Watson will start the season as of right now. I want to kick the tires on him too. If we're going to go through a tough year, like there is part of the entertainment factor, I want to see whether or not he has it there too. I will full on admit that. That's the truth. That's not what a football person would say, but as a radio guy, as a guy who wants to be entertained by my favorite football team, that's part of it as well. I'm not going to deny that. But there's also where, even though that you guys are accused of hating Shedeur Sanders, which you don't hate him, you just are questioning a lot. You want him to start. Jason wants him to start. But we're all like, yeah, we could definitely see where Deshaun Watson would be the starter for this football team going into 2027. And that's where I tell everybody, like, guys, I keep going back to last November, and I got throttled for it. And I wasn't wrong. I was just early. Like, Kevin Stefanski, I'm not making an argument that he should still be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. But you went from Kevin Stefanski, which was a status quo, which, I mean, Nathan said it to us on Wednesday. I'm about 100% positive if Kevin Stefanski were still the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, it would not even be a question. Shedeur Sanders is your week one starter. But now you have a new head coach. That coach, age isn't what it used to be. I would consider him a young 60. He's a really interesting guy. He's fiery. There's a lot to like about Todd Monken's personality. But you got to get going. And when you have an older first-time head coach, you're usually going to go with your veterans. That would probably spell Deshaun Watson. So we're in this weird twilight zone, Anthony, where it's like, yeah, we all want to see Shedeur Sanders, and I'm surprised you're agreeing with me where he's in the gender reveal Kirk Cousins tier 5 category. But we all, to a man, think that Deshaun Watson is going to start this year just based on everything that we keep hearing.
Yeah, what do you think
even
it is?
The day they hired Todd.
Yeah, what do you think it is that, and we've played a smattering of audio, whether it's, Ian Rappaport, whether it's, and I'm talking some of the national guys like Andrew Hawkins that have kind of weighed in. What are they hearing? Why are they all coming to the same conclusion? Or is it that they're just defaulting to the veteran?
That's what's tough. I think I think the insiders who say it is, they're talking to some people in the building. Obviously, they talk to agents. And agents will load a lot of people up with a lot of things, but they also know people inside buildings. And so I think like the insiders might be talking to people in the building. A guy like Andrew Hawkins, he didn't just stop playing last year, but he still knows people that are in uniform. And I know some of those guys have moved on. But when you still know people in uniform, that always concerns me, and I go, ooh, that's maybe players. Like if Andrew Hawkins was 25 years removed, it's like, okay, he's an opinionist. He's looking at the veteran status of everything and maybe putting together the same pieces that you and I are. But when a guy like that starts talking, I go, well, Andrew Hawkins, I'm not going to disrespect the people he knows or his connections. I think he's probably talking to some guys who are still in shoulder pads, and that is probably not a great thing because if they're looking at it going, this is total speculation. But if he's talking to those folks and maybe drawing those conclusions, then maybe they're looking at it going, yeah, going over last year, This is what he might have struggled with. Trying to be fair, this is what the other guy does well. Because he's a veteran, it would mean that Deshaun Watson would be the starter for the year. I can't keep walking on eggshells forever about it.
No, I know. And the thought that the offensive design, because every time it's tough to get a handle on that, but when people weigh in on it, I can only repeat what they have said. And a lot of them have said it's a lot of the stuff that Deshaun Watson likes to do.
Well, and this is, and I still, they say it, and I said the last time, this is where our quarterback situation is just not fun. Shador is more of a drop back. He's got athleticism, but he's more of a drop back, let her rip type of guy. Deshaun Watson, if you don't have a great offensive line or you don't have an offensive line you trust yet, I got to have a guy who can move the pocket. And Deshaun Watson has been a guy that can move a pocket, except we've seen him in a Browns uniform. How many sacks did he run himself into?
Oh, that was the biggest fatal flaw.
A bunch. But you're going to go with the veteran who's like, okay, he's done this, and it was 6 years ago for crying out loud. He's done this. I got to win a game if I'm a head coach of a football team. So he would be more in that category to say, okay, he's at least the week one starter. Not that you give up on the other guy, but the other guy may have to wait for his turn because you're going to go with those tendencies and see, is there something there that Kevin was missing that I can harness, or is he really just completely out of gas and washed up? And I think they're more willing to find that out at the beginning of the season than, all right, let's see what the young guys can do. Coming up in 4 minutes, we got the great Matt Derry who's going to, 5 minutes, I beg your pardon. We got the great Matt Derry that's going to join us on the show. Host of the Derry Brothers Guardians cast with his brother Todd is Angel Martinez and Jose Ramirez returning. The Guardians' only moves at the trade deadline. I know you've heard it before. Hopefully, it's not the same story with Matt coming up in 5 on the Fan. Northeast Factory Direct. Same old story, not the same old song and dance. The same old story is still the best old story that you could say 50%.
25 days of LeBron James' latest decision-making process. It's the fourth time in his career he's taken his time making a major decision. By comparison, his previous 3 free agency decisions lasted a combined 18 days. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Gardos are 54-50. Lost yesterday. Sucks. 12-inning game. Gavin Williams was brilliant. Couldn't get a hit. Terrible situation. But still, right there in the thick of everything. But you guys are not going to like this, and I've been saying it to tease it. I hate to do it, but is Angel Martinez and Jose Ramirez returning the Guardians' acquisitions at the trade deadline, which I understand is a tradition unlike any other, and it's a tradition you don't like. But the question must be asked. And to answer it, we welcome in Matt Derry, host of the Derry Brothers Guardians cast and Locked On Lions. He joins us right now on the Wise Heart Right. We make a right call, Kyle Right hotline. Matt, how the hell are you?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
I want to ask you about Jared Goff at the end of this, but let me talk to you about it right now, about the Guardians here.
Yes, sir.
Is Martinez coming back and Jose coming back the moves that they will make at the trade deadline?
Man, you are just busting out all the old bits this morning, aren't you, Ken?
Well, I did. What I got to do what I got to do. You know, we're getting close, and it's the last chance I'm going to get to talk to you about it on air until after the deadline. So I think a lot of people are thinking about it, and they need some bullpen help. They need some relief help. It would be nice to have a hitter out there. All right, what do you think they could do, Matt?
Well, no, I mean, look, you've got a lot of teams in the mix. You've got a really bad American League where everybody's in play. You've got 4 teams in your own division who could buy. Now, I think the Twins will end up being sellers, but you watch Minnesota the last 4 days, they're pesky, they play hard, and they're in the mix. Detroit is in 4th place in the division, and they might be buying to try to go for it one last year with Skubal before he departs Detroit. So, you know, to me, saying, oh, yeah, Angel and Jose coming back are the acquisitions we needed, no, that's not acceptable. There are plenty of bats out there, even if it's a bit player or a right-handed bat like a Tyrone Taylor from the Mets, who's more of a platoon guy. I think you have to add. God bless Petey Halpin, who had a great day on Monday and plays good defense. A guy like Arias, you know, Manzardo and Hoskins are a tire fire at first base at times at the plate. You got to add. You've got to add another bat that can make this team better, and I think that's what they should do.
I mean, are you kind of where I'm at, where I think it's almost a miracle that they have this record at this time, considering how awful that day was when we lost everybody with a pulse, and we've kind of had to cobble things together, piecemeal it for the duration that they have, and to sit here 54-50. I know we always want more, but given where we were at this time last year, that I'm actually feeling okay.
Yeah, Tone, I don't disagree with you. And I look up and I go, all right, you're right. I mean, at one point you had DeLauder, Martinez, and Ramirez all out. You were playing Stuart Fairchild. You were trying everything out there, and you weren't hitting. This last 4-game series with the Twins is the embodiment of this entire season. Monday, you hit 7 home runs. You score 13. You followed up Tuesday with great pitching, great bullpen work. You win the first 2, and you go, all right, we are better than this Twins team. Let's just win one of the next 2, take 3 out of 4, win the series, and that's the tease that they give you. And I know you've had Zach Meisel on the show, and he's saying the same thing. And then Wednesday, whatever a clunker, it happens. Minnesota scores runs. They're very good situationally hitting, which the Guardians aren't. And then yesterday was an absolute joke. I mean, an absolute joke. You can't move a guy over in the 10th and the 11th and get him to third base. You had a Pat Bailey strikeout where he couldn't get the bunt down. And then the 11th, DeLauder swings through a fastball and doesn't move the runner over. And I love Chase DeLauder, and he's going to be awesome. But you got to move the runners over. That was bad baseball. 0-for-17 with runners in scoring position. So the tease is there. You split that series, and you go, all right, well, we split. No, but you should have taken 3 out of 4. You had an unbelievable performance yesterday from Gavin Williams. And the bullpen, for the most part, got you 2 opportunities to walk it off. And in the 9th, Manzardo comes up. He's not delivering. He's got to be sent down. Like, there's things that have to happen. But with all of that being said, they're tied for the 3rd most wins in the American League. So they're, like you said, Anthony, they're right there.
Matt Derry joining us here on the show. Yeah, I said to these guys yesterday, they might actually be I know we do a lot of arguing about the Browns, and we've done some real arguing here over the last couple of years about the Cavs. This might actually be the perfect team to ever argue about, because I know it's like, well, you can't really say nasty things about them because they always pull themselves up, and you can't really say they're that great because while they make the postseason, they always play well enough to make you frustrated. Go, isn't that just the perfect one how it is? You're never right. You're never wrong. Like anybody who's sitting there going, oh, you guys don't know baseball. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. This organization's fantastic. Were they right against the Pirates? No. But if somebody was sitting there hammering every single thing they do, were they right in the first 2 games against the Twins? Were they right at the end of the first half of the season in the series against the Marlins? No. Like, they're a young team. We still don't really know their identity altogether.
They are young. I think you can question some of the roster decisions. I think you can question, and I don't want to do this, but, you can question ownership because the payroll's low. I get all that, and obviously we could have a work stoppage next year, and not a lot of people are spending money. I just referenced the Tigers earlier. I mean, they've got the best pitcher on the planet, and they're going to let him walk. I mean, there's the Twins are going to sell. You watch the Twins these 4 games, and you go, man, they're scrappy as hell. They play hard. They're well managed. And yet, you're right. A guy like Trevor Larnach, who beat the Guardians yesterday with that base hit, and to put them up, he'll probably be shipped out. They've got some guys in their pen that probably will be traded. Joe Ryan, their best pitcher, I know the Guardians racked him around Monday. He might get traded. So you wonder what's going on in the game. That's a bigger picture thing. The bottom line is, you're right, Ken. Guardians do have a good team, and they are 54-50, and they did survive and stayed around 500 when their 3 best hitters were all out. But you do want to see more when that window is open right now. And they're going to Tampa this weekend to face the best home team, the best home record in the American League in the Rays. They play very well down in that stupid dome. Guardians are a better road team than home team, so hopefully they pick it up. But there's been missed opportunities this year for this team. And, yesterday was just the same thing. I mean, 0 for 17 with runners in scoring position. Just one. If you get one knock there, you win that game, and that spoiled a great performance from Gavin Williams.
All right, Matt Derry joined us on the hotline. So Stephen Kwan, we've been discussing him a bunch, from looking like he didn't belong in the league a month and a half ago to getting closer and closer, it seems like every game, to being a little more like the Stephen Kwan that we know and love. Are you buying it or still too early?
I am buying it. And I heard Tom Hamilton say the other day, Stephen Kwan is back. I see a confidence. I mean, you guys know I'm such a geek. I watch all these games. I don't miss it. I mean, I really watch them all. And he looks like a different person the last 2 to 3 weeks. He really does. He looks confident at the plate. The at-bats are competitive. He's fouling pitches off that a month ago he was swinging through and striking out, making contact. The defense has always been there. And to be quite honest with you, I like him in left field. I know they've played him in center, but if you've noticed over the last couple of weeks, the resurgence at the plate, I think he's consistently just sat in left field. And so when you look at a lineup at 4:30 in the afternoon or 4 o'clock before a 6:40 or 7:10 game and go, oh, man, Halpin again in center, what's up with that? I honestly think the reason he's playing Halpin a lot, not for the bat, is for the glove, bat him ninth, but put him in center and leave Kwan in left, where it's consistency for Steven, where it's not moving from left to center back. And I think it's working. And he looks confident. I don't know if it's a mental thing. I don't know if he's like, forget it, I'm not even going to think about my contract or anything else. And that's key for this offense. Now, the other guy they've got to get going is Manzardo. And look, they sent Rocchio down last year to get his head straight. Other teams have sent people down. I remember years ago when Detroit sent Max Scherzer down, when the Yankees sent Volpe down, when the Mets sent Alvarez, their catcher, down. It might be time for a week, 2 weeks, just to have Manzardo go to Columbus to kind of breathe a second, because that's not working right now. That first base platoon, or whatever you want to call it, Hoskins had a big day Monday, and then yesterday went right back to windmill status. It's like they've got to get more production from that spot.
Gabby Arias, what keeps him here? I don't mean to be so nasty about it, because somebody posted his slash lines the other day, and they're like, hey, man, I know he's brain dead sometimes out there in the field and on the base paths, but these are good numbers here. And I go, well, it's worth a discussion then. Go ahead, Matt.
I don't know, Ken. He hits right-handed. He's,
all right.
He's taller than 6 feet. I have no idea. Khalil Watson showed me, and I know Khalil Watson's OPS was not high. And I know he's a young player and everything else, and you don't want all rookies out there. What's the old adage? You're not going to win with young players. But my goodness, that kid came up and in big spots delivered. And when there's runners on base, I do not expect Gabby Arias to deliver. I just don't.
Yes.
And so I thought when Jose came back, this was a no-brainer. It's been 5 years of this. And I get it when he was 22 and you're sticking him in first base. In the playoffs against the Yankees, but enough's enough. And he's still here. When Angel comes back, and I know Angel told the media in Akron or whatever, he feels like he's ready to go now. So if that's an activation today, why not just cut the cord? You've got Schneemann can play every position and be a backup. I thought Watson showed a lot when he was up here. I'm scratching my head just like you guys are.
Is Angel Martinez a power hitter now, or am I just so starved for offense? Well, I'm starved for anything. But am I just so desperate for offense that I don't know what I'm looking at?
Is he a power hitter now? I mean, on this team he is.
Well, that's what I meant. Like, am I just so hungry for offense that I'm like, oh yeah, he's a power hitter now. Oh yeah, we got home run, we got bopper here. I'm
excited to see him come back. I really am. I think they've needed that bad, and obviously it's a guy that can hit, left and right. So, I mean, you're right, Kenny. They've got to find a power source somewhere because you can't. It's tough to string 3-4 hits together every time and manufacturers runs like that. That's why Monday night was so much fun. And I know it was an anomaly, 7 home runs off an all-star pitcher, but they've got to find a way to find some power. And there's going to be some bats available at the deadline. Again, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a competitive market. There's going to be many more buyers than sellers because this thing is wide open. We'll see what they do.
All right, final one. I told you to ask about Jared Goff. I did my QB tiers today. You do Locked On Lions. I have him in I have him a 1 p.m. Kirk Cousins category, which makes him a franchise quarterback in tier 2. Is that true, or is he a bubble guy in the city of Detroit?
No, people love him here. He is the guy here. He has won playoff games, something Matthew Stafford could not do. And I'm not even knocking Stafford. Stafford's great. And Stafford's better. If you're doing tiers, I'm putting Stafford ahead of Goff. But I still think Jared is a top 10 quarterback in the league. I saw maybe Cowherd or one of these folks did their quarterback tiers and said he's 9th on his list. And then you look at PFF, and they've got him 16 behind guys like Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts and even Dak Prescott. I'm putting him ahead of all those guys. And I know Jalen won a Super Bowl, but I think Jared, with time to throw and with a good system, and obviously he's got a lot of weapons around him, is really, really good. I'm saying I think he's first tier. I think he's actually better than a guy like Kirk Cousins, and I think the Lions are going to have a good year this year. The schedule's the easiest in the league, and if they're healthy, I think they'll be good, and he's always solid. I truly like Jared Goff.
At Derry Speaks on Twitter, Matt Derry. Matt, we thank you for the time, as always, brother. Take care.
All right, fellas. See ya.
Matt Derry, host of the Derry Brothers Guardians cast, also Locked On Lions. On the Wise Heart Right, we make a right call, Kyle Right hotline. Coming up in a bit, we've always been told as well, don't get in the car with strangers unless your flight got canceled and you just want to get home from Detroit. That all coming up. And Tone, usually it's you ruffling the feathers. I got some people really upset, but it's on the opposite side here this time when it comes to the quarterback conversation. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, getting too old too quick for the Cleveland Cavaliers coming up in 5 on The Fan. Friends, Ken Carman.
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Summer's here. And Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long.
Folks, or I should say Tone, and all you fine folks out there, it's time for a Connie. Tone, we got a Connie.
Love it.
Enter the code word GLOW, G-L-O-W, at 923thefan.com before 9 a.m. for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow and Fire. August 8th and 9th at Rocket Arena. Plus, you'll be qualified for the Pedal to the Metal VIP Grand Prize, upgraded tickets, early access to meet the drivers, and see the trucks up close. Plus, we'll throw in merch and light-up gear. It's all brought to you by Hot Wheels Monster Trucks and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. That word again is GLOW, G-L-O-W, GLOW. I put the poll up. Is Stephen Kwan back? Tone?
It seems like it's trending there. I'm not going to
It's early.
officially sign off on it.
82% say yes.
Let's get through. I mean, this has been a month and a half.
How long has he had just a mustache?
I think that's a thing that he's done recurring. It's
Really?
a recurring character.
Because I just noticed the mustache for like the first time ever. And I'm like, did he grow a mustache? Is that the difference? Because,
no, he's always had like some scruff too.
Okay, because we had a quarterback here one time that tried to do a mustache in a Fu Manchu, and
you took it well.
Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and blood vessels burst in my face and went all over the internet, and it was a good time that day. Noah Fant, like 79 yards, and I'm just dropping F-bomb after F-bomb after another one right there in the kitchen that afternoon. I remember exactly. I took Rockneys home on the way home, and I'm listening to Jim do the game, and I could not believe it, and my phone just started lighting up. You guaranteed this. What do you say now? And I go, I didn't guarantee he was going to try to give himself a trim at halftime, for crying out loud. 12 minutes, you're shaving your face? But I was supposed to take that seriously and give him $300 million. I understand who they gave $230 to. That wasn't my call either. Anyway, speaking of that, the tears came out. I'm not trying to do this, guys. I'm really not. He's up for the job for first-team quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. It puts him in the unknown category. Like, you've been ruffling the feathers, and somehow it's kind of a troll job in a way. Don't want to rip you all the time, but we can tell when you're kind of having fun with the Shador fans, which I'm surprised you haven't found a way to force in the workout thing from Adam Schefter yet. But the show's still young.
I thought that was shameful.
Oh, you did you?
We can get to that later.
Okay. I'm sure you did. But I am being accused of trying to work up the anti-Shador folks. Okay. The anybody but Shador crowd out there going, oh, you say you're not a cult leader. Look at this. He's in the same category as Jackson Dart. Yeah, for different circumstances. Our job is open. Their job is closed. It's Jackson Dart. But I want to know, like, social media reactions on X brought to you by, oh, sorry, can somebody else, he's eaten. I'm sorry.
Chapman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I apologize, Owen. I really do. You're allowed to have a snack. I'm sorry. That was dumb of me.
Snickety.
Little munchies.
Crackers.
Can I put Jackson Dart in franchise category territory yet? No.
No, I'm not ready to.
Do I put him in journeyman or placeholder category yet? No. Do I put him in elite category yet? No. Do I put him in bubble? Do I put him in bubble? Do I put Jackson Dart in bubble? Are they really, like, do you see him playing horrifically enough where he just goes to the journeyman category? It's year 2. For the love of God, some of you psychos, lighten up. You're sitting there calling me a cult leader over all
with
this.
With a new coach, and he's playing for the New York Giants.
And again, how many times have I said it? Who's the starting quarterback?
They are the New York Giants.
The storied New York Giants.
Who is the starting quarterback? You got to go back to the Rewind app, which is brought to you by the wonderful people by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. And go listen to 945 yesterday to get that reference. I can't put him in any other category but unknown rookie. He's still unknown. Doesn't mean he's garbage. Doesn't mean he's fantastic. I still don't know much about him. Cam Ward, Fernando Mendoza, Tyler Shook, the same thing. Shador Sanders, he's up for the quarterback job of the Browns. It may very well be the worst job or the worst competition there is. It might be the worst quarterback room there is. But I'm still trying to be fair to everybody involved here. Am I not? I am.
Yeah, you're being fair.
Excuse me, I am.
I have no problem with any of that, and where Shedeur is on that.
Yes.
Thought
about it all the time.
Obviously, I thought Jackson Dart had a much better rookie campaign than Shedeur, but I could see Shedeur, believe it or not, coming out of my mouth, and I could see us having a totally different opinion by the end of the year.
And like the caller, I've said since the day Todd Monken was hired, when we got the text, I believe that Deshaun Watson's the leader for the job, and I think if Todd Monken was forced to make his pick for who plays this Sunday, it's going to be Deshaun Watson. For all the reasons that have been brought up, the system, the offense, what James Palmer said. However, you know what? There's a former quarterback who, now he did stop playing a long time ago, but he still looks immaculate. Brady Quinn was on Afternoon Drive yesterday, and we've been discussing the type of offense that Deshaun Watson would play in with Todd Monken. Yeah, Brady Quinn's wondering what Shedeur would look like in that system.
This situation and circumstance is paramount for most players. I would be willing to sit there and say, look, I don't care how good with Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady. If they don't have help out around them, they're not going to be able to be the players that Tom has been or Patrick is. It does take a big supporting cast. You have to have a lot of the pieces that you're talking about. That definitely plays a factor. I mean, I think, one of the things I was most curious to see for sure last year was on tape, you could see him make those NFL throws, but their offense wasn't that of which he was asked to do the same things he was going to be asked to do in Stefanski's offense. And I think at times, he has struggled a little bit with that, which every rookie's going to do. But there was some flashes, too, where you saw his ability and you saw what he was capable of. It leaves me optimistic about this season for him. A full offseason, granted, new offense, but one that probably, again, fits even his skill set better. If you go back to his days before Colorado, too, constantly playing in shotgun, constantly playing in offenses that aren't going to be based so much off of the outside zone running scheme and a lot of the boots and things that Stefanski would have liked to do and likes to do with his quarterbacks under center. It changes the dynamic a bit. So I think this is a much better fit for him, and I'm really curious to see what he does in year two.
And Brady Quinn even said earlier in the interview about this offense, and I love what he says about Shedeur right there. I totally agree with what Brady Quinn's saying, because it's not much about Shedeur. I think it's more about Todd Monken. But I think I sound a lot like Brady Quinn. I certainly don't look a lot like Brady Quinn, but he even says I believe Deshaun Watson will start week 1.
To start the season, I think it'll be Deshaun. I mean, they've got so much money wrapped up into him. And to be quite honest, I think if you look at the body of work of Deshaun, when he was healthy, and I know that's dating him, but he's a much better fit for what Todd Monken wants to do than what he was being asked to do under Kevin Stefanski. I always kind of thought that was a bad pairing together. It's one of those deals where hopefully he's healthy enough and the Browns can actually see what he's capable of. But I would think from the financial perspective and the experience, it would make the most sense to start the season with Deshaun. Now, if things go sideways quick, then you see what you have in Shedeur. I think he also did enough last year to make him intriguing and to make you want to take a look at him a little bit longer before you go into next year's draft. And I've said this all along on our radio show and everything else we've done. Like, next year's draft class, to me, is one of the most intriguing I think I've ever seen since I've got into broadcasting. I mean, there's legitimately about 10 to 12 guys who I think have the capabilities of being looked at as first-round picks. Now, we'll see how this year goes. That always plays a factor in all of it. But next year and even the following year, you're going to have guys who are going to become draft eligible. They're absolute studs that are going to be first-round picks. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the Browns do, in particular later on in the season, or if Deshaun gets off to a slow start.
The only thing I disagree about is the money. I think Jimmy Haslam would light a pile of money on fire if it meant he could win more games. I don't think he cares about that. He's set a pile of money on fire by bringing in players to try to win more games that hasn't worked out. One in particular, obviously. But what Brady Quinn says in both those cuts, you can hear that interview again, 923thefan.com. Brady Quinn was great there. You got to remember, it can't be player to the system. It has to be system to the player. You can't, like Tom Landry did it. Now I'm getting dated and into the weeds here. But you remember, they tried to do not a lot of people remember it. They tried to do a 2-quarterback system once, and it went terrible because he tried to fit him to the system. You have a situation where Bill Walsh tried to do a 2-quarterback system once. It's like, you got to go with one guy. It didn't go that terrible with the Cowboys, but it did go very badly with the 49ers, I
remember John Cooper trying to do it a couple of times.
Okay, that would probably be Exhibit A right there, right? It was hard to do with all these guys. But if you try to fit the player to the system, remember Pat Shurmur in the West Coast offense? You try to fit the player to the system, you're going to be trying to fit it all year, and you're eventually going to be out of a job when you're trying to fit him to the system. You're going to have to make those changes. And that still, to me, gives Deshaun Watson the leg up, because you're going to be more comfortable in your system. If Deshaun Watson is a better fit for your system and he's a veteran, you're probably going to go into the Deshaun Watson territory there to start Deshaun Watson for the season. And then if you have to do it, yeah, you're going to do some things differently. If Shedeur Sanders in your system can't get from point A to point B, you got to switch where point B is and get him as close to where you need him as possible. You're going to have to change your system. You're going to have to make it easier. And I would expect Todd Monken, this is part of his job. You've been in the NFL, you've been in professional football of some sort, college, pro football, high-level football for 40 years. I would hope you're able to switch somebody and be able to mold your system to help them best. That would be a Todd Monken issue. If Shedeur Sanders was out there and just lost, either A, he really has no clue about NFL offense whatsoever, or B, you have failed to put him in a position to succeed. That would be a giant excuse to a lot of people. There's no time for those excuses. The 2027 draft is right in front of us, so we'd have to cut ties. But it could still be an indictment on him, like I just brought up with Pat Shurmur, Tom.
Well, and I wondered, Kevin Stefanski caught a lot of flack for trying to get his quarterbacks to do things they weren't necessarily capable of doing. And then what happened when all of a sudden Joe Flacco took over towards the end of the year? Oh, we've got a quarterback that can actually do the stuff that Stefanski wants him to do. And now Todd Monken is coming in. He obviously has seen plenty of tape. It's probably the first thing he did when he got the job is to pour over all the bad tape from Deshaun Watson to try to figure out, what is it I can do with him? What are the things to do with him? And then he's got this rookie who, let's be honest, was brought into such a bad situation that how could you evaluate if you're a coach trying to figure out what Shedeur does well? Well, him just avoiding pass rushers, and it looked amazing. Some of those big time, you want to talk about like those deep throws and avoiding the sacks, but you're not designing an offense around that. How is Todd Monken supposed to come in and design anything for Shedeur when he is seeing Deshaun Watson play and he has years to go back and things he can find that are good and bad? So that's almost an unfair spot for Shedeur, but that's just a byproduct of coming into the league and having a new coach. That's what happens. By the way, Jackson Dart has a new head coach this year, so he's going to be faced with that as well.
Coming in hot, 9:45 today. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Coming up in 5 minutes, don't get in cars with strangers unless your flight got canceled and you just want to get home from Detroit. And a lot of you are willing to bring back LeBron, but you didn't say anything about his buddies. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on The Fan. Extend Technologies in Broadview Heights, XTENDAV.
Oh, wow.
He just didn't go to law school. He is not listening to a word I just said. He has no idea what I was talking about.
No. Well, Ken, like I said, it's not going to happen. According to my update, anyway.
Okay, then, well,
Thank you. Yeah.
Judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah. Guys, headline sports news going to be continuing every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Can we get into that later?
I got into two law schools, applied to 3. But I wanted to do sports.
What were the 2 law schools you got into?
Marshall, which is no longer called that anymore, and Akron.
Coming in hot's at 9:45. What was the law school you didn't get into?
Ohio State. Ohio State was much tougher. Didn't even bother a case.
My buddy's wife
would not have gotten into case.
You really didn't want to go to law school at Akron? Didn't want to go to law school at all?
It was,
you'd make a hell of a lawyer. Oh my gosh.
It was. I was kind of throwing stuff against the wall. Like I was gonna look at Harvard's their poli-sci school.
That's what you want from your lawyer. Guy throwing stuff against the wall.
Probably is what you want, right?
Seeing what sticks.
What would you have specialized in?
At the Kennedy School of Government? I wanted to go there because Bill O'Reilly went there. I'm not kidding. Because he did that.
So you're telling me O'Reilly was a factor?
A big one.
Well done. You really did a good job
The
with
no
that one.
spin tone.
Coming in hot at 9:45. My buddy's wife went to Akron Law.
Yeah.
And she
good.
is really successful. Holy wow. She'll get you, man.
But like Ohio State, they for whatever reason, they had a bias against people that went to Ohio State. They wanted they
wanted people from the outside in.
Yes. Yes.
That makes sense.
They wanted to check off the numbers from other states, everything.
So you just were, you would have, they counted the statistics against you.
Yes, it worked against me.
Okay. So you were basically the Shedeur Sanders of lawyers trying to go to law school, that all the numbers and metrics were against you. But if I would have seen you lawyering up, I'd have been like, that's a good lawyer. You're just not giving him a chance.
Yeah. Well, that's not part of the application process.
They had you in the chambers arguing with trash cans. It was a whole thing. You should have seen it. So I wanted to bring this up with you. A lot of you are willing. It's 8:45. Don't get in the car with strangers unless you're trying to get a flight. Unless you got a flight canceled and you're trying to just get home from Detroit. If you're willing to go all in, if you're willing to go with LeBron, you got to be willing to go all in. How many people are willing to bring in LeBron? A lot of people. How many people are willing to bring in his buddies? Not so many. Now these. I got beat up for it a little bit, so I want to bring it up with you.
His buddies, when they are right, are pretty damn good.
But when are they right? And by the way,
that's a fair question.
In our video that we had, that was part of it. It's going when they're healthy. Okay, Ken, when are they healthy? Fair. That's absolutely fair. But my answer to it, and I don't know everybody's history. If you're one of the ones that were saying, and there were so many that were saying it, if there were so many that were going, this team isn't going anywhere, you're not going to be able to do anything with this team, they're not going to be able to do anything, you got to cut bait and move on with all this stuff, how on earth can then I say no to Anthony Davis and or Kyrie Irving? Seriously, how could I not? Now, there might be some people who are very optimistic of it. How can I really say no? Like, I don't want to go crazy about it either, but you really have to make a decision. You're going to either do it and go all the way for him, or we're just not going to have the discussion ever. And so many people over the last 25 days have become so excited and enthralled with LeBron James and the possibilities of him coming back. They've gone through the whole gamut of emotions, Lord knows I have, that now is where we draw the line. Now is where we draw the line. Is Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving? I think it's going to go bust anyway after this year.
Well,
so
you already have James. You have James Harden anyway. Now, James plays. So,
well, it's more of an either or with Kyrie. Like, not an either or, but like, all right, either Anthony Davis or Kyrie. Now, it's a hypothetical. It's something that's been brought up. Kevin O'Connor's brought it up. Other people have brought it up. And because we don't really know exactly what LeBron's thinking, it's all a discussion. Very little of it can be reported with any solid evidence, right? But you've tied my hands so much. I've been saying it's a good team, it's a good team, it's a good team. And Lyman and I have agreed with each other how good of a team it is. and we've been called yes men and excuse makers for the Cavs. All right, well, if you want big changes, this is a big change. It's a big realistic change. Either Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. Kyrie has his own set of circumstances, and I still ask you, where did Kyrie always play his best basketball? And it wasn't just because LeBron was the most powerful player on the planet. LeBron has a way of keeping people in check. He just does. Even at 41, I would have faith in him to keep people in check. Kyrie's older. I know he's more injured. He just has this way of bringing it all together, and it's not just with what he does on the court. I think it's what he does in the locker room. I think it's what he does with the team. I have to remind everybody, J.R. Smith left the New York Knicks. He was a pariah when he got traded here. And I do think part of the rehabilitation of his image in New York is his history with the Cleveland Cavaliers. When LeBron was here, how great was J.R. Smith? Cavs Conversations brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, who ask you to please enjoy Surfside Hard Iced Tea responsibly. Then we're throwing soup at people afterwards. And I do believe that, like the championship in 2016 with J.R. Smith and his time with LeBron, he's showing up in the NBA Finals in a reunion with former New York Knicks. And I do think that that's part of his rehabilitation of his image in New York, was his time with LeBron. Matthew Dellavedova was a good player, never a bad teammate, never a crazy person. Matthew Dellavedova certainly raised his profile playing with LeBron. I know Anthony Davis to be a really, really, really good player, not a guy that I want to build a franchise around because of the injuries. And, the New Orleans thing didn't always sit well, but you know what? Not a lot of things with the New Orleans Pelicans are going to sit well. What would he do with LeBron James? Kyrie Irving is a interesting character, to say the least. Again, where did he play his best basketball? Where was everything focused? With LeBron James.
Yeah, did make a finals run with Luka, but it was much more in the role of Kyrie at that time was very different.
Thank you. That's what I mean. And so I have these two players who are questionable in how some people feel about them. A lot of fans feel about them. They certainly are polarizing in their own ways, different ways certainly. But I've been able to rely on LeBron James through the 11 years he's been here, and I usually come out on top with that, or really competitive. Like, I still stand by it, Tone. Like, he's 41 years old. He does not have the same power as what he did before. I stand by all my emotions that I've said before. But I still think that he can make guys play with him and be more professional and be a help to whatever franchise he plays for. I think he can still do that.
Of course. And this is why I keep coming back to, the damned if you do, damned if you don't summer of the Cavs. This is where we're at, where if they don't do anything or they do things around the fringes, everybody's just going to say they have no chance at a championship anyway, because it's what you said at the end of last year. And you're probably right. It's probably going to be hard for them to leap over teams like the Knicks if they're healthy and whatever. And a lot of teams have attempted to get better in the East, but some have gotten clearly worse. While if you actually go after the big moves and you get LeBron and then you reshape the roster a little bit as best you can by moving out Jared Allen, moving out whether it's Schroeder, Max Strus, whatever, to cobble together an actual wing that can play some athleticism, which they sorely need, and then you go big game hunting for an Anthony Davis, a Draymond Green, or a Kyrie Irving. Everybody's going to say the same thing. These are older guys. What are the odds they make it? But I can surely tell you that if they do make it, you are way better off than you were the last few years with the roster as it was. So that's why I say, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But if you can get guys somehow to the finish line, you have a much better chance to actually contend for a championship than you would have otherwise.
Eddie Johnson of SiriusXM said that he believes he's made his decision already. Do you think LeBron has already made a decision?
I did. I wasn't buying a lot of the panicky Pete's in the last week that have said, well, it was one way, but now he's changed his mind. I have never bought that. I understand. Could be wrong. Everybody seems to say the same thing, from Brian Windhorst to Jason Lloyd, Joe Varden to whoever. They've all come around saying the same thing, like nobody knows. The leaks have been bottled up. They're not giving this out to social media people. They're not giving this out to T-shirt companies. That was another one the other day. Oh, did you see Miami, the Heat are selling this shirt that harkens back to the last era. Like, I don't believe that any of that stuff has gotten out, because if it had gotten out, you'd have so much more reporting on it. I do think he's made up his mind. I have no idea at this point why it's taking any more longer than it is. Kevin O'Connor seems to think it's about the next move and whether or not, the teams are able to pull off that next move, because that could be important to LeBron. Obviously, he doesn't want to go to the playoffs.
But if he's already made this is what I don't agree with him. If he's already made up his mind and you're waiting for the next move, then you haven't made up your mind. Because what if another team that you haven't decided yet, it makes the next move? Are you going to change your mind and go over there?
I think you're putting pressure on, let's say he has his ranking of teams and he's like, all right, when all is said and done, for happiness, for whatever money, for situation, for culture, whatever, maybe nostalgia as well. Let's say it were the Cavs and I had all these things lined up. Now he has to make the phone call to probably one person and one person only. And he might have talked to Brandon Weems, but it's Kobe Altman. Okay, what are you putting around me in the playoffs? Or in the regular season as well, because these are the things I can't do anymore in my career. So what can you do? Hold on. Let me figure it out. Now, you also have to be careful if you're Kobe Altman, because you don't want to do anything that gets all these rumors going to where you're held hostage. That was the problem with the Celtics and Jaylen Brown. Mm-hmm. Once it was evident that they needed to move Jaylen Brown, the rest of the league was like, no, we're not bailing you out. We're not bailing you out of this situation. We're not helping you out. So you're going to have to sell off pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
Well, the Cavs are in a spot where they can't have that happen because their assets are so restricted. They're so limited.
But if you've made your decision, then what's the alternative? If you've made the decision for happiness and nostalgia, say it's Cleveland, right? And you're the general manager of the Cavs. He calls you up. I want to sign with the Cavs, but there's this, that, and the other. So you've made your decision for nostalgia and you made your decision for happiness and business, because if you come back to the Cavs, it's to me, it's the best story, championship or not. What if I can't make these moves? You're going to go to another team? Or are you just going to retire?
He could always change his mind. I mean, for a fact that the Miami Heat their players have openly talked about doing everything they can, picking up the phone, calling him.
So then your mind isn't totally made up then. Like,
until you sign
make your
on
decision,
the
you make your decision, and that's where your decision is made. If you've made it for your personal happiness, that's where your decision is. If you could just be happier somewhere else or just as happy somewhere else and you're still leaving it open, then you haven't made your decision.
I think nobody is 100%. Just like when you buy a home, it's not 100% until the title, everything is signed, all the finances are secured.
That's why I like to just sign it as fast as I can so I don't have to think about it twice.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about going the other way. So I think he has it in his mind. Also, who knows about the way he's going to make the decision, the way he's going to break it to the public. I have no idea about any of that stuff, obviously. I mean, he has maximized, and I think we would all agree, he has maximized what he can maximize when it comes to newsworthiness and agenda setting and making sure that he has been at the forefront of the NBA offseason now once the Giannis and Jaylen Brown stuff is done. But this is where you're right. I mean, at some point when it comes to that, he's going to start to fall down the ladder. Like I told you, Nick Wright did a full podcast yesterday on it. Kevin O'Connor, Tom Haberstroh did a full podcast on it.
These are basketball people.
They're not going to do that a week from now.
Oh, that's true.
That's over.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, these are basketball guys. This is their lives. Like, we have to talk about other things as well, and we have already today.
Yeah.
But what I have to say, though, is that if I can't make these decisions work, then to me the next biggest threat is retirement, because you're admitting that you're at least admitting to me on the phone, or I've admitted to you on the phone if I'm LeBron that I'm not going to be as happy in Minnesota, Philadelphia, Miami than I am in Cleveland. All right, if you're not as happy, even if those teams make those moves, are you basing this on happiness? I know you can't change your mind, but that means again your decision isn't made.
I would be more stunned if he were to retire than I would be that he would go to Minnesota.
I'd be
or
absolutely
Philly.
shocked. I'd be absolutely shocked. Considering what's on the table, it would be completely insane, I think, if he were to retire. I would be surprised. That's to me the most surprising. The second most surprising would be if he were to do like an Aaron Donald and wait until Christmas and say, like, listen, I'm still going to consider this. Leave some room open, but I got to go until Christmas, something like that, like halfway through the year. Like, that would be the second most surprising thing. I think you make your decision and you move on. And if you made your decision for happiness, if he's just waiting for the show of whenever he does it, whether it be on his podcast, does his wife have a show or something?
Oh, I don't know.
Does the missus have a show? Or am I thinking of Steph Curry's wife? Does she still have a show? Either way, if you're thinking about your own network to do it on, okay, that's fine. I can live with that. But if we're still waiting around to make a decision, or you say you've made a decision and then you're waiting for all this, your mind isn't made up.
Does it matter to anybody, I know we got to go, that he has not once said this would be his last year?
It matters to me, yeah.
Does that matter to anybody that he's never once pronounced next season is his final season in the NBA?
It is, and I'll tell you why in 5 minutes, as well as do not get in the car with strangers, unless you kind of find yourself in the same situation as Kevin McAllister's mom. Coming up on 5 on The Fan. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look.
of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see if our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
A friend of mine told me this true story. He was on vacation with his wife. They flew into Detroit. This would have been Tuesday. Tuesday evening, they flew into Detroit. Their flight was delayed. Continuously delayed. It ended up being canceled the next day, Wednesday. And they've been delayed before in Detroit. And so it's Tuesday night. He wants to go to work on Wednesday. He works in the evenings. He wants to go to work on Wednesday. So it's like he gets in at about 11 a.m., right? I don't want to put his business out there. Tone, you know who, everything like that. And the flight is being delayed. And there's these two women that were on their flight, the connecting flight to Detroit from the West Coast. They happen to eavesdrop, and they're getting a rental car to Cleveland. They strike up a conversation. They take a ride to Cleveland. Now, under certain circumstances, that's usually a 3-point-whatever-hour drive. And for certain people in this building, it's probably about 2.5. Lower or lower if you wanted to do it that way.
It's approximately 1 pregame and 2 innings.
You can get to, if you're moving, you can get to Detroit pretty quickly. But it's still a long, quote-unquote, long drive. I thought it was nuts, and I looked at him like he was a crazy person that he got in the car with strangers on a rental car and was willing to go on a 3-hour tour to go to Cleveland, Ohio from Detroit. Under what circumstances do you have to be that damn desperate? Like, he's got PTO. He could have used it if he really wanted to. He's got the PTO. And by the way, I talked to him on Wednesday. His flight was still delayed until the afternoon of Wednesday, and then it finally got, quote-unquote, canceled, even though that flight wasn't happening. Under what circumstance do you take a rental car with perfect strangers?
If it's going to save you a day of travel, I think you do it.
How on earth can you ride in a car across a state for 3 hours with perfect strangers you just met? I understand if you're like part of a group, like if you're like, hey, the show's going to the Guardians game in Detroit, and so we're going to provide bus, the whole deal, and you go with other listeners, and they're strangers to you at that point. That's one thing. I'm talking about a rental car under circumstances. The only scenario I could think of is Kevin McAllister's mom. That's the only.
With the Kenosha Kickers?
Yes. Which, by the way, that was a budget van. That's a rougher ride.
I saw George Costanza meet with complete strangers to watch a movie. So again,
that was
saving
Seinfeld.
time.
This is real life,
and that worked out really well. No, I think if it saves you a day of travel, you do it every time. Every time. Because the alternative is getting a hotel room and having to fork over more money. Remember, this is a money saver, too. You're going half-seas.
Now, when you say day of travel, does the hours matter to you? Because this is under it's a 3-hour car trip.
Yeah.
At max, right? So it's not that horrible of a drive compared to, say, you were stranded in Maine and you've got to go 16 hours to get back or whatever.
Well, I think I'm just also talking about the cost-benefit analysis of having to come home the next day. So what are your responsibilities? Right. What do you have to get done?
Yeah,
I think that all weighs into it.
Losing the day of work, you're losing the amount of a hotel. It's also, if it's Chicago, I might stay because there's stuff to do.
There's stuff to do, right. If you don't have responsibilities, I'll probably just stay in Chicago for the night.
I had a similar situation when I came back from Korea. We got to Seattle late. I ended up spending 4 days in Seattle. And I had the option after the first day to come back and stand on standby for 3 days, right? And I just went, give me that ticket that is on Thursday instead of coming back Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and enjoyed my vacation in Seattle. Basically,
I'm surprised. I'm just really surprised to hear this from you, from Anthony. You've done some real hardcore international travel as a service veteran. I'm not so surprised.
Backpacks.
Yeah, I'm not so surprised about you. I'm surprised because you and I have commented on bad. Like you and I talked about the bungee jumping thing and a lot of other terrible things, and I've always gone, yeah, people move fast and loose when they seem to have lives. Bad things just don't happen to me, and then something real bad happens. You don't think about the consequences, and you're a person who doesn't trust people easily, Anthony, and it's just surprising to me that you would do this.
The stranger thing is a big, I don't know, because it's not that long. 3 hours is not that long.
Ain't that short.
I had one with, not strangers, people I knew, but, we were coming back from Minneapolis. And that was when the Delta thing happened, like 2 summers ago.
Okay.
2 summers ago.
Yeah.
And I've done that drive from here to Minneapolis. That's 12 hours of hard driving. Like, Wisconsin's not a fun drive. And they were telling us, we'd got pushed back twice, and they were like, well, you could get in at 3 a.m. It's like, that outweighed it for me because it was 12 hours in the car. 3 hours in the car, I don't think it really matters, especially if he was in a group, or she or whoever your friend was with another person they knew.
Mm-hmm.
And so it would be 4 people essentially, right? Like 2 and 2.
Yeah, but it's like there's so many traps of weird conversation that could turn into an argument.
But don't forget, you're a radio show host. Like, I'm pretty good in mixed company, being able to carry a conversation, mitigate the potential awkwardness situations. I can invite politics. I can stay away from politics. I can float in and out. I could be a Democrat. I could be a Republican. I could go any way that I need to get the time passed.
He offered this information. He and his wife both talked politics and religion. Both of them on...
Amazing.
Which we will not.
That's amazing.
We don't like to do during coming in hot. People end up doing it anyway. Talked about it both in the 3 hour.
I gotta tell you though, I actually think it's easier to talk these things with strangers than people you know. I find myself walking on eggshells when I'm with my sister and her friends about politics and this stuff. But with strangers, where there's no preconceived notions, and you could come in and find out why people. There's too much baggage with the people I know.
And if things go south on your conversation, it's just bye. I don't see you anymore.
Yeah. Let's turn up the music. But you get in a fight over what music you're going to put on.
I don't want to. I actually have more political conversations.
Coming from Detroit, you got to have kids.
Way more with people Bob Seger too. I have way more conversations of politics with people I know. Both sides of the aisle.
It all depends. Like my sister and I and her boyfriend, it's out. We are not talking politics because there's too much scar tissue there on some past conversations.
Now, you've got to you got to send out the feelers to see how they're going to react to maybe your side, right?
Yo, gosh, yes. You got to cast a line out there.
You can't just go, here's what I think.
Yeah, I'm not going to start out a conversation with, can you believe what this New York City mayor just said?
I'm just keeping
I'm not starting a conversation with that.
I'm just keeping the fishing poles.
Horseshoe theory with them.
I just talked horseshoe theory with young John. He's got some reading to do.
You don't want to hear it.
Will it get brought up during coming in hot at 9:45?
No.
What is horseshoe theory?
I'll talk poli-sci theories all day.
You don't have time for it. It was while you were yelling the other thing to me about cars.
Well, that was a totally different scenario. It just feels like I was left out a little bit. That's all.
You're only left out if you let them leave you out.
Horseshoe theory dictates that the dynamics between the left and the right start to blur when it comes to populism.
Osmosis is the fusion of a substance in a semi-permeable membrane.
Where the hell did you learn that line?
The only thing I remember from high school.
He wasn't reading that. That was off the dome.
It was said by the high school basketball coach at the athletic banquet at the end of the
You say it again?
Osmosis, the fusion of a substance through a semi-permeable membrane. I think that's a little off on the actual.
Whatever. It still impressed me.
Pretty good.
You got an A.
It's a lot of big words.
I gave you an A.
You still impress me.
Got to hit them big words, guys. Makes you sound smarter.
Got to do it.
Maximum protection against Odysseus, odoriferously, olfactory emanations.
Joie de vie.
It's odiously, odiferous, olfactory emanations.
It's usually a 2-7 sort of thing there, Owen. I appreciate you knowing it. We just had to hold the rope in high school, put it in on the back of shirts. That was it. Coming up at 9:45, coming in hot, 216-474-0092. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Coming up in 5 minutes, someone on this show must come to the defense of Shedeur Sanders, and it's not who you think it is. Ken Carman, Tone Master General on the Fan.
It's Anthony Lima for Expert Renovations. There's that moment when you're a
worth up to $4.5 million. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hi. Oh, man, they're in, baby. They're in. I can't believe we're going to do something here that's going to be pretty crazy. You're going to feel like we are in a bizarro world here in a second. But I put guys, I even put on social media, the tiers are not a ranking. The tiers are not a ranking. I literally wrote, you got to remember this about my QB tiers every year. Tier 4 isn't necessarily worse than Tier 3. It's just more pressure. Well, Tone, the Baker people have got it, and they are upset. How dare you put him in Tier 4? It's laughable. Tier 4 is the bubble tier. Bubble. I'm sorry, did Tampa Bay sign him to a brand new contract?
I thought they were still working through the terms of that.
So that would put that would put Baker on the bubble, now wouldn't it?
The Baker bubble.
The Baker bubble. Bubble Baker. And hopefully the Baker bubble doesn't burst.
Not to be confused with Al Bubba Baker. He's a great Cleveland Brown.
Yes. Those on the bubble, Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield. Bryce Young is also on the Baker bubble. Hopefully the Bryce Young Baker bubble doesn't. Oh, man, I thought
he was going to do it.
I was going to do it, damn it. Okay. It's a lot of the ones that are. It's amazing. Like people pick their side. I cannot believe. I thought Baker was the most polarizing quarterback that we had. He's the second most polarizing quarterback that we've had. Shedeur is number one. If you say there is a group of folks, if you say anything nice about that guy, you're in the cult.
Well, that's dumb.
And I'm
stupid.
Guzzling Kool-Aid, and I'm like, guys, who is the starter? Who have I said is the starter week 1?
Well,
and it ain't Shedeur Sanders. So it's got to be someone else, and it ain't gonna be Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green. Well, that'd be something if it were Dylan Gabriel. With some bad things got to go down. Tone, like, this is kind of where it's at. Like, the people who are online, they're fighting each other about this. It's just a rough scene. I've been as fair as I possibly can. Shedeur's up for the number 1 quarterback job. I still think it goes to Deshaun Watson. I got Deshaun Watson in journeyman placeholder category. I got Shedeur in gender reveal past Kirk Cousins territory. That's Tier 5. That's unknowns and rookies. Usually that's a second-year guy or a rookie or a guy who might have just burst onto the scene. Like, I think Trevor Siemian, I had him in there at one point. I think he might have been an unknown/rookie Tier 5 before the Kirk Cousins scenarios were put out there. That might have been like the one guy who was like later on. Like even Malik Willis, the Dolphins do what they do, and I would want to put Malik Willis in the unknown/rookie territory. But if the Dolphins do what they're doing, which they did, then you don't really plan on being competitive with Malik Willis, do you? So I'm sorry, I have to put you in placeholder/journeyman. Because you're getting ready for 2027, not just to take a defensive lineman. Now, are you? So we have all that.
Well, you'd rather be in this category than Diego Pavia right now, right?
Diego Pavia is not in a category.
Right.
Diego Pavia, do I put a Tier 6 in there and go never was?
Never had a chance?
I guess.
Yeah.
It's the only ones we can think of. Which are some people who said I should put Lamar Jackson in elite territory. Can't do it. Got a coach fired.
You got to actually be good in the playoffs, don't you? Like, I've been, obviously,
yes.
I love watching Lamar Jackson play when it's not the Browns. I love watching him and the things he does. But at some point, like, he clearly is a diminished player in the playoffs. I don't think there's any question now.
And I don't think Josh Allen got Sean McDermott fired. There is going to be a difference there.
See, Allen has had awesome playoff performances and awesome playoff games.
Like, when Owen took me to task about Joe Burrow, worthy adversary right there, my friend, because he's played in a Super Bowl. He threw for 40-something touchdowns and 9 picks. In a year, I put him in the elite category. The 4 p.m.
Toe-to-toe with Mahomes.
The fourth quarter Kirk Cousins category. Yes, exactly. By the way, I usually only leave room for 3. because that's the definition of elite out of how many 60-plus quarterbacks who end up playing through a year. I only have 2 up there. We are in a dearth of really tremendous quarterbacks, even though that all the rules have been bent to benefit quarterbacks. We're in a real dearth of great quarterbacks here. And I just could not find myself to put any one of these other guys in the elite category. Matthew Stafford, close, still not there. I imagine he's not going to be there because of the age. Joe Burrow, he's out of the elite category. Drake May, you know what? You were possibly fighting a Super Bowl hangover, and you have to deal with all the other nasty stuff that you're dealing with over there in New England. So if he gets them going back to the playoffs, he gets them a couple of playoff wins with that team, Drake May probably goes into the fourth quarter Kirk Cousins elite territory. So you can see it. I posted it online and all that other stuff, and it's just easier for me to write things out. So it is penmanship there, and some people can read it and some people can't.
You were more fair to Shedeur than, say, Adam Schefter and the ESPN crew, who appeared to clown him over the last few days.
All the folks who cannot stand Lima for the things he says about Shedeur, you're going to want to get your recorders out, because here goes Tone on the defense of Shedeur Sanders.
I thought it was...
Are you going to be serious, or am I going to sit here staring at you later on?
I am being dead serious. I know we had talked about him doing the military press barbells, and we had some fun with it, that weight wasn't that much, and then we're like, but he's not doing a workout to build muscle necessarily. That's his throwing arm. He's looking to get his shoulder.
Of all the things that you film and all the workouts that you film,
he probably just shouldn't have put that one out there. Just like if I were the Giants, I don't think I would have put the John Harbaugh speech that got literally nothing, crickets from the fans. You guys do get to control what goes out there.
Like, it made me think, well, go ahead and do the Schefter thing. And then I'll comment on the 10. Were they 10-pound dumbbells?
15? They were 30s.
Oh, they're 30s.
Oh, they were 30s. Okay, they were 30s.
Yes.
Okay. Because there were people saying they were 10s. I didn't pay that close of attention.
Every dumbbell company makes theirs look different than the others, and some look heavier than what they are, and some look lighter than what they are.
That's true. All right. You going to go ahead and play that for everybody? This is Mike Greenberg describing Adam Schefter.
This is the guys at ESPN. Greenberg's in there. Schefter's in there.
No, Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark is not on there.
He started the segment with them.
And they pulled him.
Jack brought 30-pound dumbbells.
I think Schefter could knock these out, too.
Absolutely.
And he was probably doing like 10 of these, then you do 10 of the other arm. But he's a quarterback, too. So quarterbacks can't lift heavy because then Mike T won't pay him when he has torn labrums, bad shoulders. So not incredibly hard for the people at home.
I think I speak for everyone in America when I say I want to see if Schefter can do this.
This is what we got.
This is why we're here. These are 30-pound weights. This is breaking news. Let's see how this goes. All right, Schefter. We got a little shoulder. Oh, look at him go!
Look at Schefter.
Oh, look at Schefter. No, how many we want, Green? How many we want? Okay, tell me. We want doubles? What do we want here, Green? Am I playing quarterback for the Browns this year? Am I trying out? Am I part of the four-man competition? Let's go, baby. Let's go. And these are real. These are real.
Just like that, Mike T gave me a pay cut. I was in there for that long.
For the record, I know that everyone watching this is saying, oh, they probably just staged this. Those are really 30-pound weights. What can you do? I could none. I mean, I can do absolutely none. There's nothing to be said for not trying. Way better to not try than to try and fail.
Audio courtesy of ESPN.
And as you can imagine, the internet has had some fun with this. You know who's first to it was that weird Dove Kleiman site when he sarcastically,
which is not a real person,
whoever it is, sarcastically put out, what a warrior, what a bodybuilder. Obviously, that the effectiveness. Oh, and you've taught your kids about free weights and getting in the gym. Like there are warm up reps,
correct?
Right. What do you call at the end of a workout when you're
the cool down?
When you're you're not maxing. You are subsets or whatever.
Well, sometimes you go to failure, and sometimes you're just getting
you rep out.
You're repping in. Yeah.
So the clowning on Shedeur here, it really is just a byproduct of they film everything,
and there are like my boys lift out of season. It's much different than lifting in season.
Yeah.
Just because you film everything doesn't mean you have to put everything out there. Why would you post that?
Well, they are trying to capture the life of Shedeur. They've opened up his life to everybody for, at times,
no one thinks
praise
the guy doesn't work
and at
out.
times ridicule.
I believe he
they
works out.
They put it all out there.
I don't need to see him lifting 30-pound dumbbells.
Yeah, he's not Brady
Which, again,
Quinn.
I was told was 10, and I don't even follow that dove climbing thing, so I didn't even know.
Yeah, he's
well,
not.
It clearly has a 3 and a 0 on the side of the dumbbell.
And again, I didn't see it.
Yeah,
all right.
Look at it.
There are obviously quarterbacks different size and shape. John Elway was a workout warrior, but I think Tom Brady taught people over time, and Peyton Manning taught people
John
over time.
Elway like a workout stallion, even.
A stallion, yes. Well, he was one of the great. They used to say about John Elway, if you watch the documentary, they thought he was too bulky. They thought he was too big at times.
I didn't watch that documentary.
But there are different ways to do this. There are different builds for quarterbacks. We've seen that over time.
So are you seriously defending him? Or are you?
I am defending him.
you?
I probably just wouldn't have put it out there, but I think they're trying to be transparent.
I don't think they should. You don't need to be fully transparent on everything. There can be some privacy. Can there not be? I like to be transparent about everything, except I don't like eating on camera because there's some things people shouldn't see. Me gorging myself should not be seen on a camera.
What about in the swimming pool?
I take my shirt off so I help blend in with everything else, because if I leave my shirt on, I think every eye at a pool party just goes towards me. Does it not?
They do go, why is that tarp out there?
Yes. Did somebody leave the solar cover on the pool? We need to get that solar cover off. Wait, that's Ken.
They just see pale skin. They go, another pale guy.
Another pale guy. I tend to mix in. And then when I get out of the pool, I put the shirt back on. I don't wear the. And by the way, if you have a skin condition or something like that, or cancer or anything, different. You wear the shirt, obviously. But guys like me tend to wear shirts in the pool, and I'm just going, you're just drawing more attention to yourself.
Also just the time where you go, hey, I'm not getting in the pool.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could just not get in the pool and be by the pool with the shirt on. But I just feel if a guy like me wears a shirt in the pool, I might as well just get a megaphone out like Jimmy Hart and tell everybody I'm fat. I'm still supposed to be defending Shedeur Sanders here. Sorry. You started making me think about me being shirtless or wearing a shirt in the pool.
I think in general, Shedeur, like we talked about, was he overcompensating for his group, the people around him having to say, no, not only does he work out, he works 4 times a day. And I'm like, all right, let's... I think maybe was this in response to that? Now we got to show him working out.
And then diversity in workouts. It's not just for practices.
Unless whoever
throwing sessions.
Who posted the video? Was it was his group? It was.
I assume. I mean, I saw it. By the time I got to it, it was one of those accounts that reposts his stuff and.
Okay.
Sometimes it's from his YouTube channel. Sometimes it's from his short film.
Did they post it just to get the fans of Shedeur defensive of him?
I do. No, I think they posted it because they post all things Shedeur.
He doesn't need to be Jack Diesel out there. And what you said about John Elway is true. Like I said about Brady Quinn. I'd actually like a little bit of pudding over the belt when it comes to my quarterbacks.
That.
You need to be able to absorb a hit.
That's my fantasy football team name now. A little pudding on it.
Yeah, you need a little bit of cushion there. So I don't need you to be Ken Shamrock walking out there getting ready to play quarterback. Unless I'm Army or Navy and I run a triple option, then that might be the only reason. Other than that, I don't need you to do that. And I just don't need it. Get Adam Schefter doing the thing on ESPN for crying out loud. It's hard enough as it is to make the arguments and have these arguments over the guy who, yes, was a 5th-round pick, but is a media star in so many ways, and his father is famous, and he makes his own money, and there's so many other things to it. And then I got a video of him lifting 30-pound weights, and Adam Schefter's going to make fun of him, of all people. Even though there was another video, I did see this, of Adam Schefter repping 225 11 times over at the draft. So apparently
Schefter's compact, right? Is he like 5'5"?
Oh, yeah. Guys with short arms.
Quarterback.
It's never fair. I hated that. As somebody who had, average to a little bit longer limbs, a little harder to get the bench press
I had a buddy
up.
who was like 5'7", had really short arms, and he dmy 420.
Yeah.
Just boom. Like, he was strong.
Strong I had a buddy fella that did 420 a lot.
Oh, my friend enjoyed that too. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Dan in Amherst, hello.
Go ahead, Dan.
I wasn't even paying attention to the phones. I'm sorry. Hi,
hey,
Dan.
what's up, Puddin'? What's up, Puddin'? Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I wear a shirt in the pool, And, you know,
I don't wear a shirt in the pool, Dan. I'm not a shirt pool guy. There's no I'm with you.
Kenny. It's body dysmorphia.
I don't wear a shirt in the pool.
You know,
You're dysmorphia right now, Dan.
I don't wear shirts in the pool.
Body dysmorphia. But anyway, hey, you know what? Guess what? I do not like love stories. I don't like them. So I don't watch what's on Element, the Lifetime Network. I don't watch it. So if he's working out, nobody's making me turn him on YouTube. I don't have to watch it if I don't want to. I could care less what he does. What I want to know is when he steps on the field, if he's ready to play. Actually, I think the guy deserves a chance to play. He doesn't. I'm no Shedeur apologist or I love Shedeur Sanders. No, I want a good quarterback in Cleveland. And if that's Shedeur Sanders, so be it. But if he works out and he posts videos, who gives a damn?
Okay,
right?
Dan, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. That's okay. It seems that everybody gives a damn about everything Shedeur Sanders does. I mean, you have to admit that. Everything the guy does seems to be interesting to somebody out there in some walk of life. And whether they love him or they hate him, it doesn't matter. It's all interesting. Dan just reminded me of a core memory when I was I worked at a pizza shop when I was young. I told you about that. Did I tell you that story before on the air? I'll tell it now. When I was young and the owner's brother was the manager, and I would walk into the pizza shop and he would yell, "Fat ass!" like when I walked in. And they used to make fat jokes. And I remember the owner's wife walked in there. She's like, "Knock it off. Don't make fun of him for being fat." And
that's harassment,
her
Kenny.
brother-in-law,
you could lawyer up these days.
Her brother-in-law was like, I was 11 at the time. And her brother-in-law was like, "Well, he's fat. I'm calling him fat. You're going to give him a complex. And the first time he has sex, he's going to have to wear a shirt." And everybody was like,
was it true?
No, it wasn't. But we'll discuss that another day.
Congratulations on all your success.
Thank you very much, my friends. I mean, sometimes it just happens so quick. It's just easier, and, it's a different time. But you get what I'm saying. Don't look at me like that. Coming up at 9:45, coming in hot. Coming up on the Fan at 9:45. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Oh, here I am. K&K Heating and Cooling.com. K&K.
closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
It is a Friday, which also means it's a Fan Cash Friday. Of course, powered by Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller on our 92.3 The Fan contest line. Your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatic Sportsbook every day. Winning hits different here. So again, the 10th caller, and at the end of the segment, we will reveal the winner and then get an awkward moment from them right here on The Fan.
That's outstanding. Looking forward to it. Also looking forward to coming in hot. Also a lot of awkward moments during that. Coming up at 9:45. Which I had somebody's wife had like, what do they do? And I go, they try to sneak certain things in there and I have to try to dump them. And really it's just I wait for Owen to give me the nod and to see whether or not, because I'll mess it up like I did earlier this week with coming in, or not even coming in hot, but I messed up the one thing and I got scared. And that's what Owen does to me because he's my Sherpa on everything. 216-474-0092. I am not over the player trying to go back to Texas thing, by the way. Can I just do this here real quick? Cole Hudson's this guy's name, right? So he spent parts of a rookie camp with the Browns and with the Dallas Cowboys. This is correct, Owen?
Correct.
And now he's trying to go back to the University of Texas to play for the Longhorns.
So he went through the draft process, was not drafted.
Okay.
Came in with the Cleveland. They had him for whatever time they had him. Then I don't know if the Cowboys camp was after the Browns camp, because I assume Browns got to do everything, 2 weeks earlier than everybody because they had a new head coach.
Mm-hmm.
But it says via Peter Nakos of On3.com, a Texas judge has granted the request for extraordinary relief, one that often is presented and decided within the defendant having a chance to be heard. It says he got a restraining order from the NCAA to be able to go back to the University of Texas. Now it has to go through. It's still in the processes, right? So it's not just he's a Longhorn again. But Sarkisian said, he was asked about it during SEC media days, and he's like, yeah, if we had the chance to get a veteran back in the locker room.
We talked about this years ago when NIL first started. They open it all up because they want you to crave regulation and they want you to crave them getting power. This is wild. It's absolutely wild. Everybody hated the NCAA for all the ridiculous things, even though the NCAA, all they were was just a great big umbrella term for the colleges because you have to keep fair, so you have to be as ridiculous as possible. And some of the stuff, hamburgers and plane tickets for grieving families on a funeral or something like that. Like some of it was absolutely ridiculous, the stuff we talked about for a long time. But now what they did is they made us thirst for regulation because this is stupid. This is dumb. You were in a pro camp. It didn't work out in a pro camp. Go get a job, man. It's time to go get a job. And you could say that college football is his job. You and I both know that this is patently ridiculous. We have to live in reality.
So here's the thing. They always knew the minute that Congress stepped in and they went to the 5-for-5 structure, giving student athletes 5 years to complete 5 seasons of eligibility. That was not the case before they just determined that. People knew this was going to be challenged in court because there were a lot of student athletes who were going to be negatively impacted because of this. And then, of course, we know there's NIL money, and I'm not sure how many of these guys are getting it, but if they have the chance to get that as opposed to the lotto ticket that is walking on to an NFL team and trying to make it, they do, according to a lot of legal experts, they do think that this is going to be a rather cumbersome battle all the way around. Because anytime there is something as sweeping a change as it is like this, because remember, especially with the COVID years, guys could play college football. Akron and some of these MAC schools had dudes going into their 9th college football season. Well, we all agreed that was silly.
Yeah.
That didn't make any sense whatsoever.
Because remember, to me, and this is going to sound completely asinine at first blush, you know and I know that look at a college freshman who just got out of high school, take the number one recruit in the state of Ohio, and then look at that guy in 2 years. Take the number one recruit and look at him in 2 years and look what I'm guessing Ohio State. Look what the Ohio State weight program will do to him. Also, your body develops, your body changes. That's why
you become a man.
This is half the reason we don't let 18-year-olds, and this was the fight with Kevin Garnett, we don't want to really be letting 18-year-olds play with 30-year-old grown men because your body changes, and especially in the game of football. And so you have a problem when you have the COVID year that's tacked onto there, which at that time, yes, is understandable. But you got 26-year-old grown men playing football against 19-year-olds, which, yeah, I know that there was a problem with the freshmen all playing and all the other things that go with it. But damn, it was a simpler way to do business. Now you got these guys going back to college. It's like, okay, well, what the hell? Should a 16-year-old be able to play 11U baseball then if we're going to do it like this? Well, I mean, I should be able to go back. I was able to miss my time. I mean, what the hell? This is dumb. It's nonsensical. So once you decide to go try to play pro sports, that's it. That's it. The guy who went to Alabama last year who was in the G League, no, this is dumb. And it's exactly, while it is dumb and it completely suspends reality, it's exactly what college football, college basketball, college sports really wants. They want us begging for regulation. We complained, we moaned, we wanted them paid. A lot of that is true. We still want them paid. Still, there has to be something where regulation comes in. This is working exactly the way they want it. The only thing that's going different, yes, it's going to be cumbersome. It's going to be a fight. I think they were ready for it. It's the NCAA. Everything they do has always had red tape applied to it. Everything they do has always been in legalese. So if anybody's ready for the legal fight of all this, even though they are completely toothless right now, but if anybody's able to play the long game, it's universities. It's the collection of universities. It's really ESPN, if you want to throw it in there as well, since they seem to own all the bowl games. And then it's always interesting when you have the SEC, where if you have Alabama and Auburn agreeing on something that they don't want that college act, then obviously the SEC is going to be against it, and they are. You heard Sankey talking about it earlier this week. They're going to be against it there because, the NCAA wants things to go back to the way they were.
I just want to know.
They'll never go back, the SEC wants things to go back to the way they were. They'll never go back to the way they were. I just want to know,
what do you guys think? In college football, you have to separate it from everything else. We're not making this akin to cross country or rifle in the NCAA. What do we want college football to be going forward? Is it just semi-pro football? Is that all it is? Or is it just professional football and it's a minor league? Is that what we want it to be?
If you ask me, because you really ask me.
Everybody's eligible now. Nobody cares if they go to class. So that's not a part of it. They're not student athletes anymore. The ones that want to be can be, but the stars aren't. They're checking out the first chance they get.
And there's so many of them that aren't even loyal to a university or a fan base where you can't even get.
Jeremiah Smith is like a 101. Like, he's actually, I'm sure they're paying him a boatload of money.
He could have got more.
But I'm sure he could have got more. And so that's part, that's part of the reason you're like, man, if when it comes to outside of quarterbacks, this guy's a real one. He's a dog. And there is something there where this guy is special. He's a 101. You're rarely finding that. Owen, you are right. Tone, you are right about this. If I could do it just off the top of my head, if they were able to find NCAA sanctions with all these other things that have happened for 100 years, I don't understand how we can't go and find a cap. And I'm sure that there's a circumvention of the cap some way, somehow, because as long as there's a salary cap, there are always going to be people who are employed to find ways around it. But then again, you've always had people employed to investigate improprieties in college sports, especially college football and men's basketball. So I don't know why we can't find people to find improprieties and a salary cap and invest wrongdoing, and we can't call the NCAA on each other like we've been doing for 100 years. The other part of it is not just a cap. If you can make money, yes, it has to be documented on the outside. The other part of that, and you have to have some sort of thing that shows that you did what you were supposed to do. Like no-show jobs were a problem back in the day. You got to get rid of that. Then there's also, it's still a degree-granting institution.
Who cares about that now? Do people care about that?
Can we get you to work towards a degree of 12 credit hours?
Do the fans care about that?
No, they generally don't.
Do the boosters care about that?
But if we want to talk about college football, it's a college. Should they or should they not?
I think it's changed.
Have to work towards a degree.
That's what I'm saying.
I think they should have to work towards a degree. The whole point of having college is that you're supposed to be bettering yourself and bettering your culture and your world in the future. That's the whole point of this whole thing. So if you're in a college, if you are quote unquote enrolled, you got to be working towards some sort of a degree. 5 years. If you complete a degree in 2 years, guess what? Work towards another degree for the next 3 years. Is that hard? Is that hard? Sign a document, sign an agreement with the school that you play for. If Mason Lima signs on with Penn State, you got to give Penn State 3 years. Unless Matt leaves or something bad happens to him, then you can go. But if nothing bad happens there, you're there for at least 3 years, and then we can discuss the next 2. How is that difficult? How is that such a problem? It's overly simplified in just a few minutes. But
without a union,
we can't find anything here.
That's the problem. Are the players allowed to have a say in this? No, they're not. They're not unionized. They can't.
I know you've opened it up. I mean, you can, if you want to give them a union, you can go ahead and give them a union. I have to assume it's going to go like a lot of pro sports unions or like a lot of sports unions in general. With the exception of Major League Baseball, they're pretty heavy-handed. But in the NFL union, it's basically just a thing they put up on the wall. And you know it and I know it. And everybody listening does. Well, we got a lot accomplished here in just a few minutes, didn't we? You want to bring on the winner here?
We have even more to accomplish.
We got a winner here.
How about giving out another $100 right now for our Fan Cash Fridays give out from Fanatics Sportsbook? And it looks like we have our winner, and that is Eric from North Ridgeville. Congratulations. $100. Eric, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty great now.
Yeah? Now you're going to throw that into something regarding LeBron James and the Cavaliers or season tickets? How you feeling today? Are we going to have a decision come down any moment?
I don't think so. I don't even know. I'm with Ken. I don't even care at this point.
You don't care?
No.
Thank you.
Either come back or don't.
Champions pose.
Well, sounds like you should hedge.
Champions pose.
All right.
Up your nose with a rubber hose.
Eric, congratulations. Thanks for listening, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, there he is. Eric, $100. Pretty nice start to the Friday. How quickly can you spend $100? Anyway.
Yeah.
Keep it within the boundaries. That's what we say.
Taste. 216-474-0092. It's time to keep it all within the boundaries of good taste because it's time for Coming In Hot. Coming up in 5 minutes. 216-474-0092. Coming In Hot. Coming up next on The Fan.
It's Anthony Lima for Fanatics Sportsbook. You just heard yet another winner. We do it every
Ohio right. Call 844-WIN-OHIO. That's 844-WIN-OHIO. Or visit ohattorneys.com.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
This is head coach Todd Monken, and you're coming in hot.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. There are people looking forward to this segment, not just us. They do it every week. You know the rules. Try to leave out the politics, try to leave out the religion, even though people flaunt those rules all the time.
But then we got to dump, and then no one hears it, and it ruins the segment.
And I don't have a diabolical question off the top of my head. Does anybody else? Because I can't think of one right now. It's the diabolical question is a question that you guys hate listening to that we end up having to discuss and argue as a punishment for those who call in during coming in hot and do what they're not supposed to do. And then we have to dump, and then we can't take callers, which has been a while since we've had to do that. Are we ready? Let's stop explaining it. Let's start being about it. Let's do it. Time to get off those pants and jam. Let's go.
All right, Cleveland, it's time to get whatever you want off your chest. Cleveland, you're coming in hot. The phone lines are open now.
216-474-0092. The phone lines are open, and we ask you to please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Hello, you're coming in hot.
I saw online that Kyrie might make a return to Cleveland now. That can't be true. Or is it real? Is real? Is it real?
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Hey, Lima. We're both raised about the same time, about the same generation. Were you, tell me, were you spanked as a child too?
I think I was, yes.
You were? Okay. Yeah. That makes sense because a few weeks ago, it didn't sound like your first time when Brian Gelsiler was on.
You know what? I joined him over a couple days ago. They replayed it, too, twice. We're good friends now.
Did your dad ever take off the belt?
Okay, threatened with it. And I can't remember if it was used, but clearly the threat was just as effective, I can't remember.
Dad did it once, but he never got me with it. It was always hands.
What, you got away before he was able to land?
He took the belt off one time, I remember, but he never got me with the belt. Mm-hmm. He never, swung at me with the belt. There was never belt action.
Now, help me out. Am I not allowed to threaten my child with the use of that? As long as I don't ever use it?
It is 2026. If you want to find yourself in the eye of a hurricane, I can't even condone it. No, you can't do it. No.
I'm just making sure.
No, you can't. No. I mean, you know what happened. People in our dad's generation, they ruined it for everybody. Because as much as I say, I deserved it every time my dad did, you understand how that goes. Mm-hmm. You can't do it anymore. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Did you put on your dunce caps before or after you wasted your money to watch Conor McGregor do what he does best? Lose.
Okay. I didn't watch it.
I watched it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Might as well just go watch it. It's 38 seconds long.
See, the problem with it now, and you're going to find this out, you have to play mental warfare with him. Yeah. It just makes it worse. I have to throw toys in the swamp and threats, and then you got to follow through with the threats. It's so bad.
The following through is not as easy as I thought.
Mile runs, man. They change a lot of things.
Oh, I followed through with all the threats. So when I told him, hey, you better have taken a shower by the time I get home or I'm dragging your ass out of the house and hosing you down in front of the entire neighborhood, he knows I am willing to do it. Sucks. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Hey, Ken. I met you at the John Fanta boot camp, and I'm hoping you can help me with an assignment where I need to ask an award-winning media member a question.
Go ahead.
I also get bonus points if they remind everyone that they're also a coach, youth coach football.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just really nervous here. All right. All right. Let's go. I'm here with Ken Carman. Ken, if I were to ask you, what would you say? The question I have, if you were to say, the thing is, here you are. If you were to say and I told you, what would you do? Here it is. Okay, here it is. What were to ask? You couldn't do that on television. What if I said if you were the best there was and I was the best there is and Owen the best there ever will be? If I were to tell you and Liz in a tree, K-I-S-S-I-N-G, what would you say? Boogity, 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 let's go racing. Is it true that you once threw a stapler at one of your producers?
In the direction.
No, I did not. It was not even in the general direction.
What would you tell? Did you think? If I told you at the beginning of WBC you were going to be an All-Star, what would you have said?
What did you win an Emmy for?
Sports. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Yeah, it's time that the Browns get some cheerleaders. I've seen a losing product for 60 years. We've never been to the big dance. Give us something that's nice to look at least for once. And you know as well as I do, in October we're going to hear the same thing we've always heard. Wait till next year. Time for some cheerleaders.
Now the Cavs just named officially their new dance team. This just happened yesterday. Ken, I don't know if
go to the home opener.
Came to your mailbox.
Buddy, if you're really that hard up to see some talent, just go to the home opener. In the Muni lot, it's always great scenery there in the month of September. Am I wrong?
Absolutely.
No, I'm right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm absolutely right. Yes. Both. Hello, you're coming in hot.
This is Kid Leo. I'm not prejudiced. I hate all men equally, regardless of race, religion, or creed. It's time to punch out, wash up, come back. Look at my resume.
Back.
Finally.
Well, he's still with us, technically. What the hell was that? Hello, you're coming in hot.
Anthony, why do I have syphilis?
We can take two more. I know Kid Leo. We all know Kid Leo's nephew.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Hello, you're coming in hot. You're coming in hot. Now, this is going to end with a whimper. All right. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Oh, hold on. I didn't get my headweights off because I got to stay training. You see my 30 for 30, Ken? Yes, and Joey just got the 18-time champion. I am back and better than ever. They try to cancel me for vegan dogs. It's all good. I'm back to the Nathan dogs, baby. I still left you tickets, Ken. You didn't show up. But hold on, let me put my... gotta give a little reps in. Can you see my 30 for 30 again? You see how I get ready all year? Get my jaw ready to take down them glizzies every freaking day, baby. Because I'm the Glizzy Hogan champion, Joey Johnson.
It's good stuff. Almost saved it. Still finished with a whimper. And like a house cat that got out and goes off into the woods to pass away.
And you won't be here next Friday.
No, I won't. So, are you going to do it still, though?
That depends. Is Fedor going to be here?
No. Is he co-hosting with you?
No.
Oh, it'd be great if he was. I am totally open to it that he co-hosts the show with you.
We've got some great co-hosts next week.
Yeah, name one.
You ever heard of Lance Reisland?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That's good.
You ever heard of Daryl Ryder?
Daryl's okay, yeah.
You ever heard of Nick Padone?
Nick's a nice one.
You ever heard of Richard Nixon?
Richard Nixon, Tricky Dick's coming back. Okay. Not going to be Jason Lloyd? Not going to host with Jason?
Richard Nixon having a resurgence right now, if you've noticed.
Yeah. Well, you always got
to Otis Nixon.
You always have to reevaluate their Trot Nixon.
You ever heard of Trot Nixon? That was my last one.
You always have to reevaluate the history. All right. Thanks to everybody who joined us today. Matt Derry, he was wonderful. I'll talk to you when I talk to you. You guys have a good one. For Lima, wait a minute. For Owen, for Mackenzie, for John, for the Slippery Wizard, Anthony Lima, I'm Ken Carman. Have a wonderful Tall Boy Friday, my friends. Take care.
Vodka, whiskey, beer.